I'd like to call our meeting to order. It is 8:30 on September the 13th, Friday the 13th. It's going to be a great day in the neighborhood. I want to first off welcome our new board members. I'll start with Larry Caudle. Larry, welcome.
Thank you.
Joni Island, welcome. Tom Galati, welcome. Dave Rexroad, welcome back. And Nikki Thacker, welcome. We're delighted to have our new board members with us that were appointed July 1. And we had a great orientation with them yesterday to get them up to speed so that we can do the business of the university today. I'd also like to welcome Sydney Stafford, from our student representative, and welcome. Where is she? Yeah, no, Brielle. Is Brielle here? Oh, there you are. I was like, I thought, didn't see you. She is the student government president. And I'd also like to welcome Kathy Walter, our faculty senate representative. And I also want to say to Charlie, thank you, sir. Thank you for stepping up and being our interim president. It was important to the board to know that we were in good hands, and we appreciate your willingness to lead us in this time of transition. And we feel very good at moving forward until we find the 7th president of this university.
You might want to wait and thank me after.
I thought I'd give you the benefit of the doubt. The first order of business this morning is the consent agenda. Is there anyone that would like to remove any items from the consent agenda? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? So moved. Second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? David, we have approved the consent agenda. The next order of business is the committee reports. I would like to first call on Nicole Wood to start us off with the academic excellence report.
Thank you, Madam Rector. The Academic Excellence Committee meeting on September 12, 2024 began with a welcome and introduction of 2 new board members, followed by approval of the minutes of our April meeting. The committee then heard the following reports. Interim Provost Dr. Bob Cole delivered the divisional update. He provided updates on new faculty within the division and discussed the 5 priorities of academic affairs for the year. They include core curriculum reform, artificial intelligence, re-engineering Madison, shared governance, and our R2 National University status. Artificial intelligence in teaching and learning panel. Dr. Cohort and the interim provost moderated a panel of 4 faculty student pairs who discussed their experience working together with artificial intelligence in the classroom. It was very, very interesting to hear these folks talk about AI in not a fearful way, but a useful tool and a tool in their toolbox, not the only tool. Each pair responded to prompts related to AI impacts in the classroom, the success and value of AI projects and assignments, academic integrity and artificial intelligence, and how students were prepared for AI's use in their future careers. Our second panel was a work-based learning experiences panel, always one of my favorites to hear the students talk about how they're implementing what they're learning here at JMU. Dr. Sean White, not the snowboarder, but also very awesome. Associate Dean, College of Arts and Letters and co-chair of the Work-Based Learning Experience Committee, moderated a panel of 5 students who answered questions about their recent work experiences. Students participated, including a graduate student from the School of Counseling, as well as undergraduate students with majors in economics, international affairs, chemistry, biology, accounting, and a very tear-jerking presentation by a nursing student. They responded to questions about their work-based learning experiences by describing their experiences and shared examples of something they learned in class that benefited from them in the workplace. Students also spoke about what they discovered during their work-based learning experience that most surprised them. We also discussed topics of interest, turning the new page with a new chair. I encouraged folks on the committee to share things that they want to discuss, topics for future meetings. We would like to hear about, we would like more interaction with students as well as faculty, and as well as challenges, not just victories that the division is experiencing. There was also a suggestion of a joint academic affairs and student affairs, academic excellence and student affairs committee meeting. In the past, this was all in one meeting. And so I'd like to see a meeting, the committee would like to see a joint meeting of the two committees where we find synergies and issues that we both share. The meeting adjourned at 1:31 p.m. Madam Rector, I move the report of the Academic Excellence Committee be accepted.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you very much, Nicole. The next report will come from advancement and engagement, and our regular committee chair, Michael Stoltzfus, couldn't be with us this morning, so I asked Vice Rector Terry Edwards to chair that committee.
Great. It was a pleasure standing in for Michael, and thank you for your help with the entire committee. We heard some really incredible fundraising reports. Alex Marinelli reported on giving to athletics. Alex, I don't know if he's in here today, but he's fairly new to JMU and had a lot of enthusiasm. The Duke Club fundraising reached about 6.5 million, and in FY24 and in FY25, the Duke Club members have donated already $495,000. That was very positive. Cynthia Klein reported that in FY24, the total given to the university reached 28.1 million. And that's been the second highest giving in total in JMU history, with the new donor counts reaching an all-time high of 24,586,000 donors. That's pretty incredible. And fiscal year 25, as of September 11th, we had 4.1 million donated. The pipeline holds 61 pre-solicitation requests for 47.4 million and 104 solicitations for 44.3 million. To date, there are 16 closed major gifts for 3.4 million. So a lot of million numbers, and they're all high, and it looks like it's a lot of positive energy going this way. And I think Carly will comment, we've seen a lot of other organizations that are on a downward trend with giving right now, and really JMU's bucking that trend. And I think a lot of positive things with the R2 designation and athletics have to do with that. So it's very positive. Nick Langridge gave an update from the Vice President on fundraising for the Carrier Library. And if anybody walked by there, they saw significant progress there. Also, the new health and behavioral studies expansion, the Valor Scholar progress, and the new Salesforce CRM implementation for advancement. He also shared about planning for the third comprehensive campaign. As you know, we delayed that while we're waiting for the in-between of the presidents, but also laying groundwork for that. So once we have a president selected, we'll be ready to go. Then we had reimagining the higher ed and looking at industry partnerships. And I thought this was really interesting. Terry Combs and Connie Frigo reported on a new corporate partnership with JMU X Labs, and also with two projects. One was dynamic aviation, which Michael Stoltzfus is involved with. And it was, what are you going to do with the reimagined Air Force One? Some of you remember touring through that plane, the original Air Force One, and got a group of students to take a look at Air Force One and think through what could we do with this and how could that be reimagined and what would be the permanent home for it. Got a group of students to pull together and do kind of a study, a market study, look at all the opportunities. And they're coming back, I think, in several months and do a presentation to the community, to a select group of people with their recommendations. So it really is taking a cross section of the students and pulling them together and getting all their intellectual capacity and coming back and presenting a solution to business. A second one I thought was really interesting, and two students came and presented, was a 15-week pilot project where they took students for 15 weeks from all different disciplines and included 2 students that were labeled an ethicist and a storyteller, and gave them a problem that they needed to solve. They worked with a company called Lucient and to look at a real world problem and then come back with a solution over the summer. And then they all had roles to play and they were paid internships for the whole summer and came back and they're testing out, can we take employees or students out of their workplace, come together for a short period of time, tackle a problem, and then come back with a solution. So they're testing this new model and they said in the students' presentation that it far exceeded their expectations. So I thought that was really great. And I think the committee really benefited from hearing that. And that's a whole new way of JMU reaching out into the community. I don't know if there are any other comments from any other of the members that were there. But Madam Rector, I move the report of the Advancement Committee be accepted as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Our next report will come in athletics from Dickie Bell.
Thank you, Madam Rector. The Athletics Committee heard the following reports at the meeting on Thursday, September 12th. In our sports update, head baseball coach Marlon Eikenberry was recognized for his team's accomplishments this past season, including an appearance in the NCAA regionals and finishing among the final 32 teams in the country. Last year was a tremendous year for JMU athletics. 60% better than a 60% all sports winning percentage, 2 conference titles, swimming and diving, and men's basketball, 10 NCAA postseason appearances, a 3.262 department GPA, among many other accomplishments, 86 President's List and 219 Dean's List student athletes, 9,085 department record hours of community service. We had 14 All-Americans, 5 Conference Players of the Year, and 2 Conference Coaches of the Year. 7 student athletes were drafted in professional drafts, while 10 additional former student athletes had their first professional opportunities. At the start of the fall semester, JMU teams have compiled an 8.75 cumulative record for a 525 winning percentage. The second straight year of season tickets selling out for JMU football. Football opened the season 2-0 and received votes in the LBM coaches poll. JMU was picked second in the East in the Sun Belt preseason poll. Men's soccer is undefeated to start the season at 1-0-3 with a win over number 14 Georgetown. They began the season ranked 18th nationally. Women's soccer sits at 1-3-2 and was picked second in the Sun Belt preseason poll. Volleyball is currently 2-3 for the season and was selected to finish first in the East in the Sun Belt preseason poll. Field hockey started the season 2-1 and was picked to finish third in its first season as part of the Mid-American Conference. JMU inducted its 2024 Hall of Fame class last Friday with a story group featured. The class also includes the 4th team to be inducted into the JMU Athletics Hall of Fame, as the 2004 Football National Championship team was recognized. Jennifer Phillips, a senior associate AD and senior women's administrator, earned an appointment as the Sun Belt Conference representative for the NCAA Division I calendar. Athletics is continuing to partner with campus in reviewing the transcript evaluation process and timeline, which is imperative given the transfer portal and its impact on college athletics. Athletics continues to prioritize student athlete well-being and recently filled 2 key positions within our integrated sports performance department in hiring Dr. Joseph Volpe as our chief medical officer / team physician, and Brandon DeSantis as our associate AD for integrated health, which will lead athletics' entire integrated staff. Athletics also provided an update on the proposed House settlement. And we received the report on athletics strategic plan accountability measures for 2023-24. JMU Athletics continues to meet and exceed the majority of the measures outlined in the university strategic plan. Name, image, and likeness, the famous NIL. An update on that, the NCAA's proposal relating to name, image, and likeness was adopted on August 1st, 2024. Athletics shared the proposed NIL compensation policy in response to recent state law. Athletics is currently operating under the policy in its interim form and will continue to refine the policy in advance of the November Board of Visitors meeting. The policy will be shared at the full board meeting in November for consideration and approval. While a policy such as this does not usually require board approval, state law requires the institution's governing body to approve. Any modifications to its current form will be shared in advance of the November meeting. Our student athlete leadership engagement. Cassidy Clements shared that student athlete leadership development, which is also known as Duke's LEAD, is committed to the holistic growth and development of James Madison University student athletes through career readiness, community service, human development, and leadership development. Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, also presented a series of programming goals related to the SAC-sponsored initiatives, including Let's SAC Hunger and voter registration participation. The fundraising update for fiscal year 24 was a record-breaking year for the Duke Club. The Duke Club set a donor record of 8,665 donors, up almost 3,000 donors from fiscal year 23. Set an annual fund record of $4,754,620 and an overall fundraising record of $6,554,403. Fiscal year 25 overall fundraising is also up from last fiscal year. The Digging Dukes will take place on December 3rd, 2024. This is the second year for the sports-specific giving campaign. Over $444,000 was raised during the Digging Dukes in 2023, with over 1,700 donors pledging to the campaign. Fiscal year 25 goals include raising $4.9 million for the annual fund and reaching 9,000 donors. We also discussed several future agenda items for consideration at upcoming athletic committees meetings. Madam Rector, I move to accept the report of the Athletics Committee.
Thank you, Dickie. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Forgot to ask that last go around. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Our next report will come from Jeff Bolander, who will be reporting on audit risk and compliance.
Thank you, Madam Rector. The Audit Risk and Compliance Committee heard the following reports at the meeting on September 12th, 2024. Bob Colvord, Interim Provost and Vice President, Robin Bryan, Associate Vice President of Information Technology, Chief Information Officer, provided an overview of artificial intelligence at JMU, highlighting efforts of the AI task force. The committee was provided an update on policies providing guidance to campus and a pilot program using Microsoft Copilot. In addition, they discussed the impact of Executive Order 30 and the Virginia Information Technology Agency, known as VITA standards, and higher ed's response to the governor's executive order and VITA standards. Rick Larson, Associate Vice President for Human Resources, Training and Performance, provided information on succession planning at JMU. All public institutions of higher ed in Virginia must prepare a workforce planning and development report for the Virginia Department of Human Resource Management annually to serve as a continual assessment of workforce risks, such as continuity of operations and retention. Two of the FY 2025 objectives identified and included contingency planning for critical positions and expanding the Balanced Duke's well-being programs. Becky Holmes discussed the annual report for audit and management services. The committee approved the internal audit budget for FY 2025 and the revised FY 2025 internal audit plan. The committee then went into closed session to review and discuss internal audit reports issued since the last meeting. Madam Rector, I move the report of the Audit Risk and Compliance Committee be accepted.
Thank you, Jeff. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? None. Thank you. Our next report will come from Steve Smith, Finance and Fiscal Development.
Thank you, Madam Rector. The Finance and Fiscal Development Committee heard the following reports at the meeting on September 12, 2024. Financial review, the university's revenue and expenditures for the 23-24 fiscal year exceeded the university's budget expectations. Bond rating update, Fitch Ratings recently reaffirmed JMU's AA- bond rating. Their review is performed annually and consists of conversations with university staff, as well as review of enrollment, endowment, and financial data. 23-24 receivable write-offs. The university annually writes off accounts that have been deemed uncollectible. The write-offs were well within the board's established guidelines. 2025-26 budget requests. The university's proposed 25-26 budget requests were presented and included $4.9 million to support the veterans through the Virginia Military Survivors and Dependent Education Program. Support of just under $1 million for the new Fast Flex Bachelor of Science Nursing Program to produce more nurses, and capital requests of $26.8 million in general funds to renovate Johnston Hall, and $86 million as a 9C debt request to construct a new residence hall. We also heard about the 6-year plan update, and it was an overview of the amended 24 6-year plan required by the Commonwealth was presented. The plan is a pro forma exercise to give specific guidelines for completion. The plan's content is consistent with last year's board approval submission to the State Council of Higher Education, but includes updates to revenues, enrollments, and expenditures. The board is reminded that the 6-year plan is a planning document and is not approving an amended 6-year plan, approving the amended 6-year plan, but we are not approving tuition and fees for the 25-26 academic year. The committee has approved this plan and recommends full approval by the board. Madam Rector, at this time, I would make a motion that the 6-year plan be approved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All those signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
We heard a campus security update. University policies related to public expression and posting have been updated, and a new policy on the use of tents on campus has been implemented. The JMU Police Department has obtained personal protection equipment for officers and completed training to work with large gatherings. Additionally, the police department has solidified agreements with other local and state law enforcement agencies to provide institutional assistance if needed. Workforce Planning and Development Report. JMU is required to complete the Virginia Department of Human Resources Management Workforce Planning and Development Report annually. While DHRM requires less data from JMU, the data required or gathered in 2024 shows improvements over the previous year. We did move into a closed session, and the committee met to discuss real estate matters. No action was taken by the committee after the closed session. Madam Rector, I move that the report of the Finance and Physical Development Committee be accepted.
Thank you, Steve. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? All those
I've got a question for you regarding that $4.9 million for veterans. It's kind of what I would consider, or what we call, an unfunded mandate of sorts. Is there any opportunity for the legislators to fund this endeavor in Virginia? Like, where does that stand? Do we know?
Well, at the end of the session last year, they actually had a special call session to come back and deal with this issue, and they did appropriate a significant amount of money. all the institutions. It just wasn't the amount that everyone needed. And so what we're asking for is that difference, that from what they gave us and what we'll be hopefully receive from the General Assembly.
Okay.
But yes, to answer your question, we hope they will take that up again during this session.
That's for like 350 couple of students, is that right?
I'm not sure about that.
It was 488 this past year.
488?
It continues to grow.
Yeah.
It grew about 340%. And Tom, it was incredibly controversial
Mhm.
Yes.
special session.
Yeah.
On that topic, so.
Any other questions? Hearing none, all those to approve the reports, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Our next report comes from the Governance Committee and Jack White.
Madam Rector, the Governance Committee discussed the following items at its meeting yesterday. The meeting was opened acknowledging the relevant expertise of the Governance Committee members and noting an exciting year ahead. The committee then approved with one minor amendment to attendance, the minutes of the April 18th meeting. And then we discussed the JMU board self-evaluation process and our plan for reviewing and discussing the reports. The governance committee plans to discuss the process for board self-evaluation at our February meeting, and then encourage members of the full board to respond promptly so that the governance committee may discuss the findings of the board's self-evaluation at the April committee meeting. There's much more to follow on that. The goal will be to present and discuss our self-evaluations at the board retreat next spring or summer. The governance committee briefly discussed details for that board retreat, which will take place on June 5th and 6th of 2025 at Kings Mill Resort in Williamsburg. Did I mention that the board retreat will take place on June 5th and 6th of 2025 at Kings Mill Resort in Williamsburg? We'll return to this topic at our November committee meeting. And finally, the committee reviewed revisions and updates to the board manual, which involved bringing the bylaws in line with our current practices. That includes elevating the student representative and faculty representative presentations to the full board meeting. And I'm sure, Madam Rector, you'll address that further later. The governance committee approved these revisions and will bring this motion to the full board for a vote in November, after all the members have had the opportunity to review our proposed changes. Madam Rector, I move the report of the governance committee be accepted.
Thank you, Jack. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And last but not least, our final report is Student Affairs and Terry Edwards.
Madam Rector, it's a pleasure to present the Student Affairs Committee report from yesterday. We reviewed the April 18th minutes, and they were reviewed and approved. We reviewed the board manual and our responsibilities as a committee, and I really did appreciate Dr. Miller has laid out the next 3 meetings, and we have all of those responsibilities covered in a game plan for the year to make sure at the end of the year we've addressed every item that's in that manual. Dr. Miller also took a time to reflect on the past 6 years in his role and the significant accomplishments that he feels like has happened with student affairs. We took time to take a look back on the last 6 years and then look forward in the next 5 years on where we're going to go in student affairs. I'm not going to go through all of those accomplishments, but I would recommend that you look at your board packet, and it's embedded in his presentation the onboard documents. But just some of the examples of just going through the COVID-19, restructuring the leadership team, how we're including the students in all the decision-making, and looking at budget management and reallocating the budget as we can to be more invested in our students. Then he also shared his division priorities for 2024 through 2029. And each one of the, as we go forward, there's going to be 4 major areas which we've talked about before in student affairs, and all of the priorities will be lined up in those areas. We then walked through the the student affairs strategic plan. And then he shared one of the examples from the career, experiential learning and transitions area. He reviewed the beginning of the school year, and then also the code of conduct changes and all the requested or all of the asked changes from the state governor, the governor's office. And we've complied with every single thing that the governor's office has asked, and even done more than that. And that's all within the community. I think our faculty, our staff, and our students as well. And really was impressed with how well that was done. Also, we talked about the changes and trends within the student conduct policy as well. I just a comment aside, he didn't put it in our notes, but Dr. Miller has also coordinated calls with other vice presidents of the student affairs across the state so that they can learn from each other. And I thought that was very helpful. And now has started the same group with the Sun Belt Association. So taken all this vice president of student affairs across the Sun Belt and organized them. So I think it's pretty interesting that we just joined the Sun Belt, but we're starting to help the Sun Belt do unique and new things. So I think that's something to be commended for. So thank you to Tim for doing that. We also heard from Brielle LaCory, our new student body president. And I have to say, I'm really impressed with how organized that she is. She's mapped out her focus areas of sustainability, community engagement, student awareness, and student services, and has also started to set up goals for the year and measurable deliverables for the end of the year of what she would like to accomplish. So I really do appreciate her laying her report out and articulating it so clearly for us. Although we miss our Board of Visitors presentation, we're very glad Sydney you will all get to benefit from her presentations at this level. So thank you. The student report was also followed by a report on orientation and community impact. Miles Surratt shared the vision of the career, experiential learning and transitions area, their plan for measuring and monitoring their key performance indicators, and how they will grow over the next 5 years. I think one of the things I'm really excited about with what Dr. Miller has done, which all of you business folks will really appreciate, is all the goals have got baseline measures and the KPIs laid out for the next 5 years, so we can measure against the deliverables on the goals. So are we achieving the accomplishments that we said we would set forth? We also shared an overview of how incoming students enter JMU through their orientation experiences, the goals of the summer orientation leadership. Casey Oren shared how from these experiences, how they show a significant increase in the sense of belonging. They did a satisfaction survey before you came on, how you felt about 4 or 5 different factors. And then after you went through orientation, what the students, how they rated it. And it was really significant. I mean, it went up to the 90s, and maybe 4 or 5 years ago, it was in the 80s. So these students felt like they belonged here, they understood, they could find their way around campus so much better. A lot of the things that probably even our Board of Visitors members would benefit from, we could see the difference there. And I hark back to the many days when we were on campus and you just pulled the car up and jumped out and somebody told you to go to your room, right? And you sweated through it. Now you get out and there's people that come out and help you and they guide you in, they tell you how to get through the campus. It's just a whole wonderful experience for these students, and how great that is. I don't know if other colleges do it this well, but such a high rating, satisfaction rating, not just from the students, but from their families. Thought that was impressive. They even pulled off a couple of comments from Facebook where the parents had noted on Facebook how pleasurable the experience was for them to bring their students to JMU and send them off. Kim Davidson introduced the mission and goals of the Community Engagement and Volunteer Center and highlighted the faculty and community partnerships. She shared the Madison Community Scholars Program, which allows students to gain opportunities to gain work experiences, improve their leadership, professional skill sets, and earn money while making a social impact. Our meeting ended with 3 students sharing a panel discussion of community impact that they've made through internships they've done throughout the summer, community volunteer efforts. And it was pretty impressive, the different areas that they volunteered in, and they actually do get paid by each one of these community organizations, and then how it shaped their educational experience and also their leadership and their maturity in their careers. So that was pretty impressive. I think that was the end of ours, and I thought it was really, if we could do that for every student, it was much more mature than what we probably would have done when we were through college. Our meeting ended at 2:29, and Madam Rector, I move the report of the Student Affairs Committee be accepted.
Thank you, Terry. Is there a second? Discussion? Any questions? No, hearing none. All those signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. So that concludes our committee reports. I just want to share with the board that we have a number of weeks between now and our next meeting. So if anything comes up during that time that you need clarifications on or what have you, if you would reach out to David, our secretary, he will direct those questions to the appropriate individuals to get you answers. And if we need to add some topics to our November meeting, we can do so. And I will work closely with David and Charlie to make sure that your needs are being met between now and November. And the next agenda item, I want to say I am pleased to have the Faculty Senate report to the board and also the student report. I felt like the last 2 years serving on the board, I didn't have the opportunity to hear the significant voice that they bring. That we represent the students and the faculty, and we need to hear their voice as we're making decisions that impact them. And so I thought I would elevate their report to this level instead of the committee level. So with that, Kathy, welcome. Go ahead.
Do you want me to stay here?
Sure.
Okay. So, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present to the full board on behalf of the JMU faculty. I just started my 3rd year as Speaker of the Faculty Senate and my 17th year at JMU in the Department of Health Sciences in the College of Health and Behavioral Studies. Some of you might be new to this and give you a little overview of how senators are selected. Senators are elected by their departments to represent faculty voice on the issues and policies affecting the academic climate and the direction of the institution. We work to create, maintain, and protect a university environment conducive to the growth of scholarship, learning, teaching, research, service, and respect for human dignity and rights. As Speaker, I serve as the faculty's liaison with the administration. I also inform the Board of Visitors on the activities of the Faculty Senate and matters of concern to the university's faculty. Senate has identified the following priorities for the 2024-2025 academic year: shared governance, academic affairs policy number 2, academic unit heads, administrative and professional faculty position clarification, appeals and grievances procedures, faculty involvement in the provost search when it occurs, and faculty retention. As you know, faculty have 3 primary responsibilities: teaching, scholarship, and service. All of these include many tasks that are not visible in the classroom. Teaching includes not only our work in the classroom, but also preparation for class by updating content with the latest scholarship and pedagogy, as well as meeting with students in person via Zoom and through email to help them with coursework, to write them letter of recommendations, to advise them about current and future courses, work on research, and discuss careers. Scholarship, as well as professional development, encompasses a wide range of scientific and creative endeavors and involves conducting research in our fields of study, as well as mentoring our research students, applying for grants, presenting results at meetings and conferences, writing up results for publication as articles, book chapters, or books, and tying our results when possible back to the classroom. Lastly, service is the work beyond our teaching and scholarship that we do for our departments, our colleges, the university, and the profession. This may include serving on search committees, conducting program reviews, editing journals or books, organizing seminars, leading curriculum committees, serving on university and college task forces, organizing professional meetings, and serving on faculty senate. Now, to highlight some of this work, I'd like to share a few faculty accomplishments. In the Department of Theater and Dance, Matt Pardo recently produced and performed in 4 new works by choreographer Lucinda Childs. As part of this, Matt and his producing partner facilitated collaborations between Ms. Childs and celebrated pianist Anton Badagov, piano. Internationally regarded visual artist Henri Sala and Academy Award-winning composer Hildar Gunadaty, who composed an unreleased piece for the company to perform. The concert also featured a composition by Philip Glass, played live by Badagov, which was written specifically for Ms. Childs. Dennis Beck, also in the Department of Theater and Dance, is co-editing a book, Precarious Identities, Theater and Performance of Refuge and Risk in East Central Europe, for which he's also contributing a chapter and section introduction. It is under contract with the University of Iowa Press, a leader in publications in Eastern European performance and theater. He wrote the Czech and Czechoslovak entries in the forthcoming Cambridge Encyclopedia of Stage Directors and Directing, and edited the article A Caribbean Soul in Exile, Post-Colonial Experiences of a Jamaican Actor by JMU Emeritus Faculty Thomas Arthur, published in June 2024 issue of the Journal of American Drama and Theater. In the Department of History, Dr. Kristen McCleary wrote the book Staging Buenos Aires, Theater, Politics, and Society in Argentina, 1860 to 1920. She also has a book chapter From Barcelona to Buenos Aires and Beyond, the Spanish Zarzuela and Theater Migration of the Americas, which traces the migrations and performances of the Milan sisters Lola and Carlota throughout the Americas, published in European Theater Migrants in the Age of Empire, Personal Experiences, Transnational Trajectories, and Sociopolitical Impacts. Should be out next month. And lastly, we have a New York Times bestselling author among our faculty. Dr. Evan Friss wrote The Bookshop, A History of the American Bookstore, which explores the role that bookstores play in the lives of Americans, starting with Benjamin Franklin's first bookstore in Philadelphia. He spoke last night at the Massanutten Regional Library and will speak this Saturday at the New Dominion Bookshop in Charlottesville. Dr. Friss's book has received much critical acclaim with reviews by Kirkus Reviews, The Washington Post, and Bookmarks, and was on People's Best Books of August 2024 list.
Thank you. You're here. Thank you, Kathy. It's great. Sydney.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Sydney Stafford, and I'm your student representative for this next school year. I want to begin by acknowledging the opportunity the student body has been given today. The student representative is an elected position by the student body, so by allowing this position to speak at the full board meeting, you are giving the students of JMU and amplifying their voices in a way that is entirely unique to JMU. So I would like to thank the board for this opportunity. I will also provide some background on who I am and my goals for this next year. I'm a junior justice studies major, as well as a Spanish major from Bristol, Virginia. I play an active role in the Greek community, and I'm in student government and currently in the process of founding my new book club, Turning Pages in the Valley. I have 3 main goals for this next year, which include being an active member on the Presidential Search Committee, increasing student engagement with our board, and I'm thrilled to see so many students here today, and educating and informing students on the inner workings of our complex university systems. I've had a very busy semester so far, meeting with students all across campus, with our student body president, Brielle LaCroix, and in these meetings, we have focused our discussion on what students would like to see in this next president. So far, we have met with 6 student groups, and combined with the listening tours, that is a total of about 50 students we've met with this past week. We plan to increase these numbers significantly as the semester goes on. As you can tell, we have a very diverse set of ideas that students would like to see in our next president. But a phrase that I have heard in 5 out of the 6 groups is that the president must be for the students. I think this phrase is very powerful and represents what being a Duke is all about and what you guys are here today for. I also think that the following characteristics, priorities, and work experience captures this phrase as well. The students are looking for someone who is actively engaged with students and is at the forefront of student experience. We are looking for someone who is an advocate and who is advocating in student passions. Someone who can balance their administrative tasks with hands-on service to not only the JMU community, but Harrisonburg as well. A leader who values inclusivity and transparency and demonstrates loyalty day after day. In regard to priorities, the students would be invested in a president that celebrates diversity and prioritizes sustainable expansion. Many students would like to see someone who values technological advancements and is civically engaged, but will of course remain neutral when representing the university. Many students also mentioned that they would like someone with a background in higher education and someone that has experience in volunteering and community engagement. Someone that still has lots of room to grow, but is not using JMU as a stepping stone. Someone that is here for the long run. Something specific that stood out to me was when a student said that it was necessary for our next president to understand how dedicated our students are across all areas of campus. And they would like that president to be inspired by that dedication. JMU is a growing university that has a small school feel, and our future leaders should definitely reflect this. This is just the beginning of the data that we plan to collect, and I am so excited to continue this journey with the student body. I also wanted to highlight some of my future plans. Brielle and I are hosting a Meet the Student Representative and Student Body President event to further discuss what students hope to see in our next JMU president, and to clarify any questions regarding the Board of Visitors and our Student Government Association. We are very excited to open these doors of communication and provide all of you with the feedback we receive next time. I will also be hosting a forum for student representatives across Virginia, and the purpose of this forum is to explore our roles as student representatives and to share ideas on how we are striving to be effective, just, and purposeful in our positions. We are inviting 18 students from across 14 universities, which is a record high number for us and very exciting. We are having a guest speaker, one of which is held very dear to many of us, Xavier Williams, so we are very excited to have him back. I know that we will all be very excited, and this event is a great opportunity to expand our network of student leaders and to grow the JMU connections even more. I want to thank you all for being here today, and if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to reach out. Thank you again.
Thank you, Susan. Next on the agenda, Nick. Please.
Good morning. I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker. Since 1969, JMU's enjoyed a fruitful partnership with the JMU Foundation. And we're pleased that we have one foundation, which simplifies our working relationship on a day-to-day basis. And we're also fortunate that we have a very capable and dedicated leader of that foundation. Warren Coleman is the CEO of our foundation, a position in which he's served since 2018. He is a proud graduate of JMU, class of 1979 and 81, played football under Chalice McMillan. He is a JMU parent. He served on the Duke Club board. He served on the foundation board. He served on the Board of Visitors. And he served on the last presidential search committee, serving on this presidential search committee. But on a day-to-day basis, we partner with Warren and his team. Warren is partnering on investment of the endowment, on growing royalties, on real estate, on lots of day-to-day work to distribute the funds that our philanthropists give to JMU to the appropriate partners on our campus. And so we are grateful for our partnership with Warren. And with that, I'd like to introduce Warren Coleman.
I need to get Nick tied or something. Introduction. All right. So welcome, Madam Rector. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the foundation. As Nick has mentioned, we work directly with Nick and a lot of other constituents across the university. So our door is open after this conversation. If you have questions, even during it, please stop, raise your hand. But after that, please know that our doors are open. Come see me. I've had the opportunity of sitting down with some of the Board of Visitor members now and just have one-on-one conversations. I think we got a long ways against our orientation. I know you had an orientation yesterday, a little bit more about us. So David, next slide. All right, Nick's already spoken and started in 1969. It was purposely separated. It's a separate entity. We have our own governing board. So you'll see that as we go through the presentation, that everything is separate. Can you go back one second, David? I just want to point out the mission statement. Two things: prudent investment policy to grow financial support for the university. That's obviously what we're all about. But I really want to point out our values down across the bottom. The first one: trust, collaboration, innovation, accountability, and excellence. You see what we lead off with is trust, and one of them is accountability. Trust and accountability is mainly to our constituents, but to the donors, because the donors who give money to the foundation, we need to make sure that their wishes are upheld. So that's why we lead out with trust. We want to build trust. If anybody who gives their money to JMU knows it's being handled properly. Second slide. Okay, all right, here's some history. 1969, wasn't a whole lot there, was it? One account, $3,000. 50 years later, we were at 181 million. And then 5 years after that, we're at 239 million. Endowment, you can see in 19, it was 111. Just to give you some reference, this is a 5-year window, but if you look back 10 years, in 2014, we were at 67 million. So there's a long growth between in the last 10 years. We're at 155 million now. Endowment payout. This is what comes off the endowment, the 4% spend, $4.4 million. And then the active accounts, it's grown significantly. If you look here in the last 5 years, that's about a 50% increase over that period, because in 2019, we have grown about 2,000 accounts. 10 years ago, excuse me, I'll go back. 10 years ago, it was about 2,000 accounts. Now we're at almost 3,000. And of that, there's 1,100 endowments. So there's lots of accounts that we track. But the endowments, what a lot of people think about, there's 1,100 individual endowment accounts that we're tracking. Okay. All right. Unaudited statements. Brown Edwards, our auditors, have been on site, have done their audit. We're not expecting any changes, but until they present to our board on October the 10th, I'm going to list this. Obviously, it's unaudited. Two major points that everybody looks at when they think about an endowment: what are your assets under management, or your total assets, and your endowment market value. This range from 2020 to 2024. Obviously, we would love to see that stair step keep going down to the right. We had some bumps in the road, as everybody else. If you remember 2020, if you look at your personal accounts from 2020, that was not a very good year for anybody. But it impacted the foundation just like anything else. What we did with that is we made some immediate changes after that. In 2020, it was in 22, in 23, we started a search for an outsourced chief investment officer. As we discussed last November, we had a presentation then about that situation. We wanted to make sure we had somebody looking at our accounts on a daily basis, but also would give us the ability to invest in private equity. One of the reasons 2022 was not a good year was because we did not have exposure to private equity. All major large endowments, that's how they spend a lot of their investment or invest their dollars. Some have as much as 40% in private equity. And that's a thing that we did not have. We didn't have it because of our size. We couldn't get into private equity. So we brought on an OCIO last October. And at that point, we now have exposure, very small, because you can't just flip a switch and get into private equity, but that's in a growth process for us. All right, on this one, to the your left over there, that's the chart. Last year, we had a 10.6% return. It was below our benchmark of 12.12. But if you look at October, when OCIO came on, our return was 13.3 during the time they had it. This is a transition year. Again, we're not into as much private equity as we'd like to be in. That will come over time. But also the fact that when you're switching, the OCIO got to pick the managers. That's why we hired them. So there was some getting out of funds we were in, getting into other funds. So there's a transition year. We hope to see the full effect as they go into FY25. Down here in the bottom right-hand corner for you, that's the payoff. $4.4 million went from the endowment over to the university as in relationship to endowments, scholarship, endowments or scholarships that the university pulled on. So as of those 1,100 accounts. 4.4 million went back over to the university from those 1,100 accounts. You can see the thing, that's fine, David. This is our largest payout that we have had. And hopefully, the more results we have, the higher the investment, that will continue to grow. Okay, David, go on to the next. Okay, again, just want to make sure that I make first point, these numbers do not match exactly to university advancement. As I said, these are financial reports under GAAP accounting. So the way things have to be reported for that, a little bit different than the numbers that are reported for university advancement. So I think Nick reported contributions about 28 million. There's some differences that you're gonna have here, but you see here, we have $22 million in contributions. And those are the cash, in kind, and the pledges, that's what's in that number. A couple of years that on the contributions that really popped. You have the 22 there, that was when we had the Holland and Yates large gift. You know, we named the building Madison Hall into the Holland Yates. And then the last one, everybody's heard the story, but it's really impressive. That's Colonel Weir. $6 million popped in from her gifts. If you don't know that story, please make sure you get the Madison magazine and read it. It's a fascinating story about somebody that graduated in 1949 and then gave to the university last year upon her death. If you look over the expenditures, we're going to go through these in a minute. But a lot of bumps in the expenditures are when we have collected your dollars for capital projects and the university is ready to use those for buildings. So that's one of the numbers. That's why they bump up sometimes. And they're lower in other years. I won't go into all the details again. If you want to get into details, set up an appointment. We'll be glad to go over that. All right, let's go to the next one. All right, so let's just talk about this piece of revenue. Where does the money come into the foundation? The 22 million there. Would like to also, Matt was talking about athletics, and that's been discussed today. About 28% of that number, again, that's not the number that Nick has because he's got other things in his number, but 28% of that number is our athletic fundraising. So that's a real pop there, $6 million in that athletic number. The investments you see, we were up 17 million in our investments last year. Royalties, in 1989, the university transferred the rights to control all royalties to the foundation. So every time you bleed purple and buy purple, make sure it has a JMU on it somewhere, because that means we get a royalty out of it. And those royalties go back to run the organization and mainly also fund expenditures that come back, and we'll show those in a minute. But the royalties is a neat piece for us. We have rental income, royalties, and then of course our investment is a key piece of it. We have an admin fee that comes off of the endowment and the payout. So those are all big things that we're looking for in this process. So any questions about revenue side of the unaudited financials? All right, we look at how we spend the money, instructions, academic support, institutional operations there. That's again, capital outlays that need to go back over to the university that have been raised. Scholarships, auxiliaries, athletics, fundraising is, hospitality and type things that happen on campus. That doesn't necessarily get into salaries or anything like that. That's just more of all the different ways that we have. Very important to deal with our donors and other events on campus. Any questions about those? I was just going to say before. Yes.
I have a question way back here.
Yeah, Jack.
The $8.8 million on scholarships.
Yes.
How are those allocated? Does the foundation have a committee to allocate them, or how does that work?
Every time that a donor gives and sets up an endowment or some other scholarship, it states who is the guardian of that account. So if you were to give money to X, and that's in the School of Health, it's going to say in the School of Health, the guardian of that account, they then decide whether it's financial aid that's involved. Those are parties that get together. That's the final one that says student is A or B gets it. So we don't decide. We are a conduit. The funds come in out of Nick's fundraising, athletics fundraising. We invest it, we keep it, and then when it's time to send it over, once a year, we'll send over the amount that gets allocated to that account. And then the guardian they were the ones that actually allocated and assigned to the student. Is that, you okay, Jeff, with that? All right, Jeff,
Different Valley Scholars Program is administered the same way.
yes. I don't know if Brad wants to say anything about that. I mean, it's, again, that's going through the financial aid, other things, but again, we are the conduit, the guardians are the ones who take over. That's why the trust factor is there, because our role is to make sure it gets to that guardian. And, you know, and as the people sign their agreements, they will see who the guardian is. They'll say, okay, this is the person making that decision. And it's a, you know, it's not an individual, but it's a department head or financial aid or it's just decide, I mean, identifies that.
Warren,
Yes, okay.
follow up on that. Can you give us an example of what a guardian would be in a fellowship?
Well, it could be, like if it's in the College of Business, it could be the accounting, it's called a unit head. Excuse me. The unit head for accounting may be the one that helps pick that individual. So that's kind of the guardian is somebody that's in the authority channel in that. Could be the faculty, you know, on that staff, how do they decide who identifies it? It could be the dean, but in most of the cases, it's down layers above the last person, more people that are acting with those.
Thank you.
Yes, Carl.
Do you have benchmarks you look at around foundation management expenditures and fundraising expenditures?
We do not have, I mean, on their foundation, obviously, we're monitoring, we have a budget that is approved by the administration. We have two liaisons, Nick and Juana, that we review those budgets with, and then our board approves the budgets. Obviously, they are monitored tightly. But to have it benchmarked against foundation, I mean, fundraising, we do not have fundraising marks. We, you know, we can look at that. But, you know, Nick may have a piece that he may have on his organization that says, okay, these are the dollars that came in, these are my DOs, this is how they did. Because I think you set goals for all of the people.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very long answer that I'd be glad to give to you, but we participate in CASE, which is our national organization. And the VSC survey every year, and we compare and benchmark with other institutions.
So what I'm hearing is that you all, your board, your collaborating partner, you have a sense of the zone you ought to be in terms of how much money you're spending to raise money and how much money you're spending to manage money. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, I mean, the managing money, we went to the OCIO model. We're comfortable with the fees that are obviously they're higher than other types of fees, but we're comfortable with, it's all based on the net return from that one. And again, Nick would be as a spokesperson on the spending of the foundation, the raising of the money. Anything else? This is some terminology, that was only for your benefit while you were looking at the documents. I hope to come back the next time when I speak with you. We'll go dive deeper into what the endowments are by school, how there's what they raised per year. I think that would be some of the things that could be of interest to you. And if Suzanne requests another presentation, which we'd love to do, if you would pass along, as she asked earlier for the November meeting, if you pass along a request to her that you'd like to hear about more in detail, we'll be glad to make sure we cover that. Madam Rector, unless anyone has questions, that's it for me.
Thank you very much, Warren. It was very appreciated. I appreciate greatly your presentation. It helps us as a board to understand where the money that Nick raises goes and how you all manage it.
I'll be glad to go into more details. I just want to give you an overview today and we can talk about it later. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next report is from Charlie King.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I thought a lot about what I'm going to say today. We've got a lot of slides, but you know, I wanted to be able to just start off with saying, after thinking about it, is thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to lead this institution. I have done a number of talks over the last several weeks. In fact, at one point I had done 7 speeches in 8 days, which is completely out of character for me. But one of the things I talked about a lot was that that we are going through an historical time at this institution. In the history of this institution, we have never been through a presidential transition like the one we're doing now. In the past, the president served 12, 15, 20 years, gave the board plenty of time to employ a new president, but that didn't happen this time. So for that reason, I'm the interim president. But in those speeches, I talk about the fact that 12 months will go by very quickly. But it still is, the 12-month period represents an historical chapter in the life of this institution. And what I hope, and what I hope you hope, is that when that year is recorded, and it will be recorded one way or the other, that it's recorded as a year of success. And I've asked people in all my speeches to please work with us to make sure we do that. And I want to ask you guys the same thing today, to work with us to help make sure that this year is recorded as a successful year. Okay, David, let's go. As you would imagine, and every year at the beginning of the school year, you have lots of special events and things you have to do. One of those is we do a university welcome. We had about 1,100 people show up at the Atlantic Union Bank Center. They heard a number of reports from several vice presidents. We celebrated our Purple Star Awards, which are awards that reflect outstanding contributions to the university. They go to individuals, they go to groups, they're self-nominated by their peers. We don't pick those people, but it was a day that we really enjoyed celebrating those successes. I also gave a speech at that meeting, and my theme was to the staff, look, everything's going to be fine. We're going to be just fine. We need to work together, and we need to just make sure we continue to do all the good things that we're used to doing. And the new president will be here soon, and things will be fine. I particularly wanted to stress that I wanted the students not to be impacted by this transitional year, that they would have the same collegiate experience that they would normally have. And we want to work real hard to make sure that happens. Next is we had a student convocation on August 18th. Tim Miller describes that as the bookend to commencement. And the reason he says that is because we had it in the Atlantic Union Bank Center. All of the new students were there. We put on our regalia and marched in just like it was commencement. The faculty were there. A number of speeches were made. And it was about an hour. And I thought it was a great way to end off the weekend when students had moved in on campus. But we're going to take just a second because I took a little different approach to my speech with regard to the convocation. Welcome to our newest Jukes, the class of 2028. And to all our other transfer students as well, we're so glad you're here to begin this historic journey with us today. You might ask, what historic journey is he talking about? Well, let me tell you. You are the first class in the history of James Madison University, we're over 100 years old, to have an interim president. That may not mean a lot to y'all, and I'm sure you're asking, how does it impact me? Well, it probably doesn't impact you on a daily basis. But if you think about it for a moment a little deeper, we share something in common. Our brief time here together means that if we try hard, this can be a very special and impactful place if we're disciplined and focused on what's important. When you graduate, most of you will not remember my name or that you even had an interim president. But I hope you will remember the advice I'm about to give in a few moments. To help you remember this advice, and maybe a little bit about me, I'm going to stop here for just a second and ask Dr. Miller to join me at the podium for just a second. Students, I'm old enough to be your grandfather. And because of that, today I'm going to speak to you as a grandfather and not some old man in a fancy robe who happens to be your president. For the next few minutes, I'm going to share with you some grandfatherly advice, advice that I wish had been shared with me 54 years ago when I began my college career. Yes, I was sitting right where you are 54 years ago. So you wonder, when you do those kind of things and you give those speeches, did you make an impact on anyone, or was anybody listening to you? Well, it didn't take me long to find out whether I had. And on Monday morning, after this speech, I received this email. I'd just like to take a moment to read it to you. It said, hello, Mr. King. I'm a freshman at JMU. I was in the crowd when you gave your speech at the convocation. I lost my grandfather recently, and I lost my other grandfather just 2 years ago. I grew up with them telling me how excited they were to watch me grow up and go to college because they were the hardest working people I knew, and they prioritized education and dedication. Your speech not only brought me a few good laughs, but meant a lot to me, more than you know. Hearing you tell me all the same advice my grandfathers had told me growing up really meant a lot. My grandfathers were both, I felt like both of my grandfathers were talking to me when you were speaking. Thank you. I look forward to being a student under your leadership. So at least for one student, I think I did make it. Okay, David. Just quickly, you're going to hear a lot more about this later on in the meeting, and I'm going to be real impressed with the presentation he's done. But as board members, I know you often wonder, are we graduating students to go out and get jobs and be productive and lead productive lives? And these statistics clearly show that, I think. We survey our seniors after they graduate. It takes us about a year to do that. And what this slide illustrates is that 95% of our undergraduate students and 96% of our graduate students are either employed in graduate school or in the military 6 months after they graduate. And I think that's a pretty darn good statistic for all of us to be proud of, that we're taking students, doing what we're supposed to do. I know as a parent, I had two goals. I wanted them to have a good college experience, and I wanted to know when they graduate, they won't get a job. And I think we're doing an excellent job of that. We had an outstanding year with regard to applications, 42,000 applications for this year. You can see there that 39,000 were from freshmen, about 2,200 were from transfer students. I'm not going to go through all those different statistics, but I would draw you to one area in the demographic space, is that 47% of out of state. 47% of the students that applied in that 42,000 were from out of state. And for those of you that are on the board, you know this, but those of you that are new, when next spring, when we start setting tuition and fees, you're going to be real thankful that we've got those out of state students enrolled at this institution. Because I tell people all the time, it takes 3 in-state students to generate the same amount of revenue as that one out of state student. And I tell the faculty all the time when I see them, be nice to those out of state. Okay. The class of 28 is going to look approximately close to these numbers. When I looked at the numbers this week, I think we dropped a few students. It's going to be around 5,000 in the freshman class. You can see there that makeup is 3,500 on the in-state and about 1,400 out of state. And again, when you look at that demographic number, 28.5% out of state students in the freshman class, that's up significantly for us. We had been in a kind of a decline over the last several years with regard to our freshmen from out of state. When you look at our total out of state for all 4 classes, we're at about 23%. And I often get asked, well, what's the ideal number for the number of out of state students? And I would say my preference as an old CFO guy would be 25%, but anywhere from 23 to 25% is a really good number for us. It brings the diversity we're looking for from the student body, but financially, it's just huge for our financial health to have those number of students paying that out-of-state tuition. Reengineering Madison, those of you who've been on the board for a while, you've heard about this. That is the title we've given to our project of replacing all of our computer systems on campus. As you know, we've started that process with our CRM, selected Salesforce for that. We're in the middle of implementing that. But this year, we're going to be picking a vendor for our ERP. And so hopefully by June, we'll have that done and we'll shortly begin that implementation. This is a big project, folks. It's about a 10-year project. $60 million is what we've estimated to be, which right now we're covering ourselves. But I'm very confident where we are at this point and about implementing these programs. And that's because of two individuals. And I just want to make a quick mention of them. One is Robin Bryan. She's our Associate Vice President for Information Technology. In 1996, when I got here, you know, and IT reported to me back then, we were putting up a new system. And at that point, it was called, we were about the PeopleSoft software. And Robin was one of the key people that led that implementation almost 30 years ago. And she's leading this one again. The other person I would mention is Bob Colborn. When we decided to do this re-engineering Madison, we picked Bob and Robin to lead that. And when I picked Bob to be the provost, Bob came to me and said, look, I really feel like I need to stay and be part of this process. I can do both jobs. And so because of those two individuals, I am very, very confident with their senior leadership that we will successfully implement this new computerization on campus. JMU in the news, I call this the season of ranking. This time of year, typically the end of August, the month of September, you'll see lots of national publications ranking all kinds of different things at colleges and universities. And as you would expect, I'm only going to show you the ones we did really well with. I'm sure there's some other ones out there. Well, I know there's one. Somebody sent me one today that indicated that in the I think it was the Wall Street Journal, that we're number 11 in the country as party schools, I think. So I won't talk a lot about that. But here's one I'm really pleased about. This is the Wall Street Journal, best universities in the country. And overall, when you put the privates and the publics, they looked at 500 universities and we finished 70 overall. But look at there, 27th best public university in the country. I just think that speaks volumes about the kind of job everybody does here at this institution. I hope you're as proud of that as we are. Next is the best campus on food on campuses. That's one we've talked to you about before. We've been in the top 20 for over 20 years. We moved up this year from 15 to 8. The interesting thing about this one is we don't influence this ranking at all. You know, we provide information on a lot of those rankings, but this one is strictly between the students and Princeton Review. They seek the students' input and the students voluntarily rate the food service. So if you really want to be serious about those rankings about whether they're good or bad, this one's a good one. We don't influence it at all. So we're hats off to Tawana and the food service people on campus for continuing to keep us in that ranking. This was a new one for me. This one is dealing with social media and it's based on Division I athletic programs in the country. And they reviewed all of the Division I schools in the country and said that JMU is number 5 with regard to how we promote our athletic events and our successes. When I read the press release, it said, once again, JMU does a whole lot with a little. So many, many thanks to our communication staff for all their work for promoting our athletic programs. And then finally, this was a brand new one. Never seen it before. Princeton Review. They ranked all the athletic facilities across the country. Now think about this for a minute, folks. Now, we're talking about the Southeastern Conference, David. We're talking about the ACC. We're talking about the Big 12, the Big 10. And for us to finish number 11, I think speaks volumes about what we've done at this institution about providing top-notch athletic facilities. So we're real proud of that one as well. We have the honor and privilege of having the governor and the first lady here this summer to do a bill signing. We also, it's hard to see that picture probably. We had a number of legislators there that sponsored the legislation, but it was legislation dealing with early learning legislation under the governor's building blocks for Virginia families. And it was legislation that was approved, bipartisan legislation to help promote and improve childcare in Virginia. And I told the governor when he was here, I said, you know, we really enjoy having a governor on campus and legislators because it gives us the opportunity to show off our campus. And I went a little bit further. I don't think it caused a problem. I said, and you're on the best campus in the Commonwealth right now. We also took the opportunity to announce that we were going to expand our early learning center on campus. I don't know if many of you know this, but we've had a center on campus since 1958. I didn't know that when I prepared for this introduction. So I think it clearly shows how we feel about early childhood education. And I guess as a teacher's college, you would have expected us to have something like that. But we're going to expand that center and move it from Anthony Seeger, where this location was. This was actually in the childhood centers that we have on campus. You can see the children in front there. We're going to move to Memorial Hall and expand it to 120 spaces. And we'll be able for the first time to add birth to age 5. Right now, we're only able to enroll students or children of age 3 and 4. So not only is that important to the community to have those additional spaces, particularly for the early, the birth to 3 years of age, but and more importantly to me, it provides us with a larger, more modern laboratory for our students who are enrolled in our college of education that want to be our future school teachers. But many of them do internships. Many of them actually just work in there to get experience. And so it's a double benefit for us to be able to do this. And we were happy to announce that during the bill signing.
Charlie,
Yes,
will that be just for like JMU professors? It's public?
it's public.
Oh,
It's
okay.
public. Now, we have a lot of the university people that take advantage of that, but no, it's open to the public. I'm right about that, aren't I, Mark?
Right, correct. Faculty and staff, then we have a lot of slots to the community. So as we move up, the same thing will occur. Just to give you an idea, there's a waiting list right now of 84.
Wow.
And so, yes, so that's sort of gives you the amount of the issue is across the area.
Yeah.
Charlie, is it open to students as well?
If a student has a child, I assume so, isn't it, Mark?
At this present time, no, but there's a lot of models that we're looking at that exactly like that. The federal government provides additional dollars for that. So as we begin to expand, we're looking at all those options.
If you're looking at student retention,
Yeah,
Correct,
that would be a huge
Yeah.
bonus.
sure would.
Or for continuing education.
correct.
Well, but moving to Memorial Hall, to Mark's point, we do have more room to expand in the future if we want to.
Wonderful.
Civic engagement has been a priority for this institution now for the last several years. What I want to mention here is that the governor challenged all of higher education last year to make sure we provided programs for our new students in freedom of speech and freedom of expression. And so our approach to that was through our Center of Civic Engagement. And I'd like to give a shout out to Kara Dillard and to David Kirkpatrick. They were kind of the authors that put the program together called Better Conversations Together. And so we actually sent work to our incoming class over the summer. They had time to process that. And when they came back for orientation, they was put in small groups and further work was done with that. And so we're real excited about our approach to doing what the governor asked us to do. I would draw your attention to Constitution Day. You see the slide, the picture there of Raj Venakata. He will be here for Constitution Day, and he's a kind of a nationally known person to speak about civic engagement. We welcome any of you that would like to attend. It'll be in Wilson Hall on September 25th. Each meeting, I know those who've been on the board for a while know this, but we try to recognize any of the faculty that have special honors that have occurred since the last board meeting. And today we have 3 individuals with us. First is the College of Visual and Performing Arts, Dr. Laura Kotzman, the 24 winner of the Smithsonian National Portrait Gallery Director Essay Prize is here. Dr. Kotzman, could you rise and let us recognize you? Next is Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry. We have Dr. Barbara Reasoner with us. She has been recognized by the Northeastern section of the American Chemical Society for her outstanding contributions in the academic field of chemistry. Dr. Reasoner, would you please rise and let us recognize you? Next is Department of History. We have Dr. Stephen Wright and Dr. Rebecca Brandon. Dr. Brandon could not be with us today, but Steve is with us. Steve, please rise and let us recognize you. I mentioned fall opening in my opening comments. We had a very successful fall opening, in my opinion. We spent a lot of time working over the summer to ensure that we'd be ready, particularly when we knew we was going to have a larger freshman class There were some extra things that had to be done in our housing, because as you know, we demolished Iconberry, which was 200 beds, so we were down that amount anyway. So Tim Miller and his staff and people in facilities figured out a way to make what we're calling permanent triples. And this is a picture of those triples that are in the Skyline residence halls. Those are the residence halls on this side of the interstate on the East Campus. And we call them permanent because we plan on the students staying there all year, because they're very spacious. And when we've done this in the past with triples, in temporary and regular dorm rooms, what we found was a lot of times they don't want to separate from after getting together and getting to know each other. So we're going to plan on leaving them right there for the entire year. But it took a good bit of work to ensure those rooms met all the safety codes and fire codes. So a lot of work. But more importantly, what I want to mention here is people think that we take the summer off around here, and that's just not the case. There's a lot of work that has to be done in the summer to get ready for the fall. You know, the academic affairs people had to find additional classes and faculty. Financial aid had a terrible summer with regard to FAFSA, and you're going to hear more about that. They worked double time to make sure our students got their financial aid. And I can go on down the list over and over again, but I think it's important for you as board members to know there's a lot of work that goes on in the summer to be ready for the fall. Fundraising update. You've heard a little bit about this already, but I want to take the opportunity to again congratulate Nick and his staff for having an outstanding year in fundraising. $28 million in 24, second highest in the history. The last time we raised more of that was in 22. You can see there was 34 million. That was the end of the capital campaign. So great job, Nick and his staff, because those private dollars are critical for us to be able to do the kind of things we want to do and have the kind of institution we want to have at JMU. Next, we have a major gift that we'd like to announce. I appreciate Nick allowing me to do this. But as you know, we're making a major addition to Carrier Library. It's about 57,000 square feet. You can see a picture there of that end of the Carrier Library. And Nick and his people have been working with Stan and Rosemary Jones about a naming opportunity. They selected this wing. We'll have them back, of course, when the building is complete for a dedication. $2.5 million. Nice gift to report on. Stan was a 1954 day student. And he told us that he wanted to name this wing of the library because he remembered as a day student in between classes spending a lot of time in Carrier Library. So I think it's just a very generous gift, and we're very much appreciative of it. I won't take much time here at all because you've heard from two committees a day about the time we spent this summer updating our policies and dealing with our student handbook. We wanted to make sure that we were ready to have a successful fall. I don't think it's any surprise to anyone in the room what happened nationally last spring with a number of protests across the United States. And we just wanted to make sure that if something like that did occur here, that we had our ducks in a row. And we've spent a lot of time working on those things, and we feel real good about where we are. Athletics, two things to mention here. The Sun Belt, the Learfield Directors Cup, that's a national competition, and it's been reported on already in the athletic report, but we compete nationally against all the NCAA schools about how well we do in postseason play. And you get points based on how far you proceed through those NCAA postseason competitions. And you can see there, we've got 292 points, which put us 77th in the nation. But the thing I'm most proud about is not that, but is the last bullet. We were by far at the top of the Sun Belt with regard to having the highest ranking for this Learfield Cup competition. We had some connections to the Olympics. I'm sure all of you watched the Olympics as I did. First, our track and field, one of our track and field coaches, Coach Quarles, was part of the USA coaching staff in the Olympics. We had two former athletes, Jackie Benitez, who played on our women's basketball team, played for the Puerto Rican women's team, and Angie Mala, who participated with South Africa on the field hockey team, and she played here for us back in 2020. So it's nice to have those connections to the Olympics. Oh, one more thing. I'm sorry, Dave. The last bullet, very important, October 10th, Thursday night football game. We've never hosted a midweek game. We knew this was going to happen when we joined the Sun Belt, but it allows us to be on national TV on Thursday night. But as you can imagine, a Thursday night game is much different as far as the preparation than a Saturday afternoon game. And so we've done a lot of planning about how we're going to be able to take care of our fans coming in. We had to talk about classes. We decided, based on conversations with a lot of schools that have done this, that we would not cancel classes. We would leave it up to the faculty to decide how they wanted to deal with their classes. Some will do it online, some will move the class to a different time, and others, I'm sure, have other options. But we did this early on, so they had plenty of time to make this part of their syllabi for the semester. At 3 o'clock, we will allow our staff to go home so they can get their cars off campus, because we got to have time to clear the campus and have our fans a place to park. But this is an exciting thing. We think it's going to be a sellout. We're excited about doing this, and it will not be the last time that we'll stand before you and talk about a midweek game. It's just part of being in the Sun Belt. And so I look forward to, I hope some of you can come to that game. And we're looking for a big crowd and a win, Mr. Rowan. Excuse me, Coastal Carolina, Coastal Carolina. This will be my last slide, and it will be my last slide in my president's report throughout the year. I wanted to kind of list some things that we feel like we need to bring back to you to make presentations and have a dialogue. I was glad to hear Nikki say she didn't want us just to come in here and tell you about our victories, because folks, there are some challenges there on that slide that we're going to have to wrestle with this coming year, and we will want your input on all of those. But the first one is standardized testing. At JMU, the governor has asked us to come back to the board and asked you to get your input on whether or not we should reinstitute standardized testing in our admissions process. He's feeling like that with the enrollment cliff that's coming, he's concerned that some schools may enroll students that maybe are not ready for college work. And he thinks standardized testing may be a vehicle that we could use to help predict future success. So we'll be back in November, Melinda will, and make a presentation to you about how we got there, what we think, and we'll get your input. Because I know the governor wants to hear back from all the individual boards. Student disabilities accommodations. This is something that's kind of new for me, but it's a growing trend on campuses where students are coming to us and with actually paperwork from their doctors saying they need special accommodations in the classroom, particularly around testing. And so we're going to come back and do a presentation about that. And so you have an idea of what we're dealing with. 2 athletic issues. One is dealing with the new rules that the NCAA just released about being able to offer more scholarships than name, image, and likeness. You've all heard about that. We're in the middle of that, but we need a little bit more time to get our thoughts together about these 2 topics before we come back to you. So probably you'll see those discussions in the February meeting. It'll be my recommendations, Madam Director. And then finally, the enrollment cliff. I know several of you have mentioned that to us. We do know there's an enrollment cliff out there for those to start in 2025. And Melinda will be back and tell you our approach and our plan for dealing with that. But if you got other ideas or other topics you'd like for us to think about, please let the director or myself know that, and we'll try to figure out a way to put that on your agenda. Any questions? I was pretty fast there, which is typically my approach. Madam Director, that completes my first report to this board.
And it was an excellent one.
Thank
you. Thank you. I'd now like to call on Kay Coles-James to make an introduction of our search committee. I first want to say, Kay, thank you. Thank you for your willingness to step up and lead the presidential search on behalf of the board. We are in an exciting time in the university's history, and I can think of no other board member than you that would help us navigate this. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Rector. Did anyone other than I notice that in President King's report, he was very intentional about saying 12 months. 12 months. I am here for 12 months. President King, you underestimate my ability to drag this out. We so appreciate it. And we heard over and over again in our listening tours, the comfort that people felt that though these were transitional times, the comfort that they felt in knowing that you were at the helm and guiding us during this period of time.
Well, thank you.
So thank you for that. I also want to thank our other search committee members. We have been busy this summer. We're in the early stages of the search and we're in the information gathering stage. And so we have had multiple listening tours, and yesterday and the day before were grueling for me, but invigorating nonetheless, as we heard from the various constituencies about what they were looking for in a president. And I just want to give you just a high level before I introduce our team here. Based on all we've heard, we are looking for someone who comes from the academy with a strong academic background, who's had some experience in business and can lead large institution, who can raise a boatload of money while navigating the political environment, who is readily accessible to all students at any given moment in time, who spends 100% of their time on campus and 100% of their time off campus, representing the school, who graduated from JMU and who wears a cape. So I suspect that maybe that person is out there, and if they are, we are blessed to have us helping in this search. Probably, I would say undoubtedly, based on our interviewing several firms from around the country, the best. And we are delighted to have Russell Reynolds Associates. They have a rather unique ability to meet the specific needs of JMU. And after interviewing other firms, it was an easy decision to pick them. They have a very tailored approach. We feel that they have a great understanding of not only higher education leadership, but we've been impressed with the fact that they are taking a great deal of time to learn who we are and to understand our culture and to listen to us as they prepare to help guide us in this selection process. So I think that they are the best partner for us, and we are delighted to have them here today. And I'd like to ask them to please introduce yourselves, because I want people to get to know you, your background, and what you've done in this space before. So I'll let you decide who goes first.
Should we come up to the
You can do anything you like.
It's like everyone who noticed Joy's purple. She walks in.
I do have to show these.
There we go.
Good morning, and the candidate may not have a cape, but with your shirt, President King, we will be in good shape, no doubt. We were very excited to receive the call from Kay when we were selected. We're even more excited now, having spent the last 3 days on campus, to work with all of you on this incredible opportunity. This is an extraordinary university, and it's an extraordinary opportunity for the next president. Just a few words about Russell Reynolds to give you a sense for who we are, and then each one of us will introduce ourselves individually so you understand who we are as a team. Russell Reynolds Associates is a private firm. We are the largest private executive search firm in the world. In rough numbers, we are 1,000 consultants strong. We have operations from Dubai to Washington, DC. We have sectors that span everything from technology to financial services to what we call social impact and education.
And our social impact in education ranges from public policy to obviously education. And our education sector, which I lead, includes everything from K through 12, academic, medicine, higher education, and ed tech. My personal background, I joined the firm in 1986 as chief of staff to our chairman. I worked in the Paris office, New York office, and since 1986, since 1995, I've been in our Houston office. I've run our Texas operations for many years. I ran our financial services sector for many years. I was on the executive committee. And for the last 4 or 5 years, I've been in our education practice, which I lead. And I primarily focus on presidential searches, but also do senior administrative searches across a number of universities. Led the search for the Chancellor of the University of Texas, for Rice University, and a number of other presidential searches across the country. And so I will be on this team along with my colleagues, Jet Kahakis and Joy Hayes, and they will introduce themselves at this point. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, I'm so sorry. I have a pretty booming voice, but we'll use the microphone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joy Hayes Scott. These are my lovely colleagues. I'm so pleased to be here. I'm also alongside Jet, based in the Washington, D.C. office of Russell Reynolds Associates. I've been with the firm for about 6 years, and I focus all of my work in the education space. So all of my work in executive search is focused both on the administrative side of the house, so finding leaders for functional roles, and then also on the academic leadership side, so presidential, provincial, decadal searches as well. It's a pleasure to be back in this part of Virginia. I got my degree from another university, University of Virginia, and I studied mechanical engineering there before then shifting my focus to education and going to get my graduate degree at Vanderbilt. And ever since then, I've dedicated my career to higher education. So finding ways to serve universities and colleges across the country. So I first started working with Huron Consulting from a finance and operations standpoint, thinking about strategies and helping universities from that angle, but then shifting to student success and really working with Education Advisory Board to support universities across the country to frankly have better success with students from graduation, persistence, angles. And now with Russell Reynolds thinking about leadership. So it really is a pleasure to be here with you all today. Done a number of searches over the years. Most recently, a point of pride on my part is to have run the presidential search at Fisk University, as well as other university searches, again, both academic and functional. So pleased to be here. I'll turn it over to Jet.
You.
Sure.
Good morning, everyone. I am Jet Kahakis, as Joy mentioned, based out of the Washington, D.C. office as well. I've been with the firm for going on 12 years now, and I have led the higher education practice since 2018, which makes good sense for me because my entire career was in higher education prior to making the move to Russell Reynolds. So most recently, I was at Georgetown University. I worked as the associate dean within the School of Business, responsible for the full-time MBA program. And prior to that was on the West Coast at the University of California at Berkeley. My undergraduate degree is from Vanderbilt, and I have a PhD in higher education from Stanford and have led a number of presidential searches over the years, both at private institutions such as Carnegie Mellon, partnered with Steve on the Rice search, smaller institutions such as Gettysburg and Fairfield, and then large publics such as Texas State, University at Albany, Kent State, University of Delaware, et cetera. So as has been said already, we are very honored to be able to take on this assignment. We know you all are looking for a leader who's going to be here for a good chunk of time, which is the tradition here. And our hope is to find you, and at least the Board of Visitors, a good number of individuals to be able to consult. So thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you, Madam Rector.
Thank you very much. We look forward to working with you. And there's no end date deadline. We're going to get the best candidate, right?
Said I will stay as long as it takes. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to call on Matt Roan to introduce the Sunbelt Media valuation presentation.
Thank you, Madam Rector. Good morning.
Good morning.
It is my privilege to stand in front of you this morning to introduce Sam Knehans, who is our Senior Associate Commissioner. He is our Chief Branding and Communications Officer with the Sun Belt Conference. I'm going to give a little bit of bio. Sam, I don't have the opportunity to say that you're an alum, former football player, executive director of the foundation. Wear a great tie like Warren there just a moment ago. But by way of bio, so Sam is in his 4th year at the league office. He was previously with the Ivy League. He is a graduate from the Newhouse School at Syracuse, summa cum laude 4.0. He got his MBA from Villanova, 4.0. So there's a theme there that Sam is an incredibly bright individual, very talented, great partner of Kevin Warner, who's in the back, and working with our communications and our branding staff. What Sam has done with this presentation, I received it in May at our Sunbelt Spring meetings. The president received it in June at their CEO's meeting in Atlanta. But what you're going to see here is an evaluation of our partnership with ESPN, the benefits of our affiliation with the Sunbelt Conference, the benefits of our status as an FBS institution. And because we compete in all things, and again, I've heard loud and clear, we've got to win that game on October 10th, as you've all just heard just a moment ago, where we stack up against our Sunbelt peers as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sam. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt, for that introduction, and for President King as well for having me out. I appreciate the invite to come give this presentation and share a little bit. I've included the full presentation in your materials. So I'll hit our executive summary of that presentation here, and then just a couple of those key highlights for JMU as well. So the headline for us is over this past year in 2023, during our 2023 Sun Belt football season, our media valuation for the Sun Belt was $892 million. And that really is brought out through 4 different categories that we study with the assistance of a company called Vantage. We look at our live game valuation. That's obviously the broadcasts of our games on ESPN and other partners that we have through road games at other conferences. Our online and print news coverage, our social media coverage, and our broadcast mentions. The broadcast mentions category is those additional broadcast mentions on other shows, ESPN, SportsCenter, College Game Day, any of those recap type shows that are not during that live game broadcast. So again, understanding that approach, so there's really 2 buckets for that media value. The first is our live game sources, passive brand exposure. That's your seeing the logo on the center field, seeing the logo on the helmet of your players, seeing the logo on the jersey. Live game graphics, that's anything that the producer in studio is putting up on screen. Live game broadcast mentions, that's when your announcers are discussing the game, talking about JMU. And then our earned media sources are some of those others that I've already mentioned, those other broadcast mentions, social media and online and print news. For a year-over-year comparison, 2022 was actually our best year in conference history. Since we've been studying this media value, we had a lot of positive headwinds coming into the 2022 season, adding 4 new members, obviously JMU being a pivotal part of that, to the Sun Belt, growing from 10 football playing member institutions to 14 like-minded football playing institutions in the Sun Belt. So we were very pleased to nearly maintain that in 2023. Obviously didn't have a lot of those storylines coming into the season with the, people having been in the conference for a year, but to nearly maintain that, we were very happy with that. We did have some growth in certain categories, 12% growth in a live game. We had a record number of live game broadcasts on ESPN and linear networks this past year, and then 16% growth in those broadcast media mentions as well. So continue to be part of that national conversation. We felt a big part of that was the fact that we had 12 bowl season participants, which led the country this past year. So more than the SEC, more than the ACC. And that was a growth from 7 the prior year, which was also a conference record until that was broken in 2023. This is a 4-year trend analysis. So we've been studying this media value for 4 years since I've been here at the Sun Belt. In 2020, we started out with our foundation of about 262 million media value. 2021, that grew to 332 million. And then obviously you see that exponential growth in 2022 when we grew from 10 to 14 football playing institutions. And obviously the positive headwinds we had coming out of realignment, it's the discussion of us amongst our peers as the leader among group of five, or as we call them, non-autonomy conferences. So we saw that 917 million media valuation in 2022. We did have a 3% decrease in 2023, but given the storyline we had going into 2022, we somewhat expected to have a little bit of a drop off. So to have that only be 3% and still obviously show 242% growth over the 4-year trend from 2020 to 2023 was really impressive. This goes over our property exposure. As you can see, and most important for everyone here in this room is JMU at the top right there with 112 million as our leading brands. We studied 15 brands in this, obviously our 14 institutions in the Sun Belt as a whole. So the Sun Belt as a whole was actually our third highest performing brand at 75 million this past year. And then our average amongst that 15 property portfolio was $59 million in media value. So you can see obviously JMU nearly doubled the average media valuation as our top performing brand over this past year. Let's get through a couple slides here. Obviously, bowl season is a somewhat controversial topic. You always hear people talking about, should we have less bowls? Should so many teams be traveling to the postseason? We see bowl season as a great opportunity for us as a conference. Obviously, there's the student athlete experience component of bowl season, but really it is one of our major exposure moments within the football playing season. Last year we had our record number of 12 that led the country. You can see those totals from some of the other conferences there as well. And then really this past year, one of our key successes was having 3 appearances on ABC during bowl season. So even though we have a relationship with these fans, it's very rare for a non-autonomy conference to be placed on ABC during broadcast, but we were able to have 3 during bowl season, which was tied with the Big Ten for the most among any conference. We use an impressions-based methodology when we're calculating this along with Vantage, which combines the size of our audience, the number of occurrences or exposures. Obviously, seeing the logo on the field or the logo on the helmet happens many times throughout the game. And then also just looking at how much it would cost to reach that audience if you were to buy an ad on a broadcast or things like that. So that's how we're really calculating this media value throughout the year. And again, here's that property valuation 3-year trend analysis. So like I said, we studied 15 properties. 7 of those had their peak media valuation over that 4-year period. We've been studying this during 2023. JMU was obviously one of those. You can see the growth there from just a hair under 49 million in 2022 in the first season in the Sun Belt to over 112 million this past year. So significant growth for JMU this past season. We'll get into a couple of reasons why we think that was on here. Again, not going to hit everything on this, but obviously key moments, touchdowns, celebrations, those are things that provide a lot of value because the camera stays there. You get great brand exposure in those moments. Viewership analysis, we had over 35 million viewers of Sun Belt football this past season. You can see JMU as our number 2 viewership right there at 4.16 million. I will note that you had 1 less game than both App State and Troy who were in our championship game. So even with 1 less game, you're still sitting in that second position just behind App State. And then Troy obviously was our other championship game participant in 3rd. For the live media valuation, again, this is that live game media value. This is those discussions during the game. And then our viewership trends over the past 4 years. So we've seen a surging popularity around the Sun Belt over the past 4 football seasons. A lot of that came, it started, the trajectory was during COVID. During 2020, the Sun Belt was one of the first conferences to return to play. We also were able to facilitate some unique opportunities, having some games scheduled on a last minute nature. Coastal Carolina playing BYU was one of those. So that really got us into that national conversation amongst our peers in the non-autonomy or group of 5 conferences. And then that positive headway has continued. We've also been really great partners with ESPN, been able to increase our number of broadcasts that are picked up for linear network consideration. And that has continued through the first few weeks of this season. Obviously, we've had the first couple of weeks, and we've already announced week 3 and 4 as well. So we look to see that number continue to grow during the 2024 campaign. Skip over some of the conference things there, skip over some of the examples.
Sam, you can just let me know when to click, because I think
Okay.
the clicker's not working.
Thanks, Dave. This is perfect. So this kind of just talks about some of the successes for JMU. So they obviously your football team started 10-0 this past season. You hosted ESPN's College Game Day. You had one of our wins over an Autonomy 5 or a Power 5, as it's known. Team won a 4 for the conference this past season. So those are some of the things that we saw in contribute both to that overall media value and then your coverage through online print and news media. And that's what I did. As you can see again, JMU leading the way on our online print and news coverage this past season. Obviously, there was a lot of speculation on where you're going to be in the bowl game, where you're going to be eligible for the Sun Belt Championship game. Things like that contributed to the conversation throughout the year, particularly as those victories continued to stack, being 8-0, 9-0, 10-0, and then getting that College Game Day appearance with a record crowd out here. Was fortunate to be on hand for that this past year here in Harrisonburg. So great opportunity for us for JMU. Obviously, you guys have had a history hosting College Game Day. We've had a history as well. It was our 3rd appearance over the past 4 seasons. No other Group of 5 conferences hosted College Game Day during that span. So to have 3 appearances, one in 2020, one this past year, and then one in 2022 as well at App State is a great opportunity for us as the Sun Belt. Next slide, David. Again, social media evaluation, you talked about social media, President King, on your presentation. Again, JMU leading the way in terms of our media value on social media. Our average property was generating about $3 million in social media value for JMU. That was $4.2 million to lead the way for the conference this past year. Next slide, David. And then again, social coverage, just like the online news coverage, social media coverage. JMU led the way with our most mentions, and significantly, as you can see, in comparison to other programs within Sun Belt. Next slide, David. Again, with the broadcast media evaluation, so once again, JMU among our leaders, 3rd in our conference in terms of our broadcast media mentions. So this is when the broadcasters are on the broadcast talking about the game. It's not just the live broadcast of the game, but it's talking about JMU on College Game Day, on other shows. And JMU was 3rd amongst our programs there. Next slide, David. Last slide. And then again, bowl season. So just wanted to highlight this again, the value of bowl season. Obviously, I understand, and we understand in the conference, there's an expense to going to a bowl game that an institution or an athletic department takes on. We do provide a payout to kind of assist with that, but it certainly doesn't cover the full travel to a bowl game. But you can see the value of that one game and that one opportunity to the athletic department, to the university. So this does not even include the actual television broadcast of the game. So that number will be even higher, but this is those other 3 categories. JMU led the way with $17.4 million valuation for that Armed Forces Bowl appearance. Again, it was one of our 3 games on ABC. So one of the great opportunities for us as a Sun Belt. And a great opportunity for JMU. Obviously, a lot of intrigue around the first bowl appearance in program history. So really appreciate again you guys have taken a few moments to have me out, and hopefully this shows the value that JMU brings to the Sun Belt, and we're happy to be partners with JMU and with ESPN on this media coverage.
Question for you. So I see the value that JMU provides to the Sun Belt Conference by being a part of it, and I also see the intrinsic value that JMU gets from the coverage and kind of the valuation that you've supported here with these numbers. But as our value increases or decreases, how does that help the university, not just the Sun Belt?
Yeah, no, 100%. So we have a relationship with ESPN, so that's what the Sun Belt is bringing to the table in the terms of we have a deal through 2030, 31 with ESPN that provides these media exposures. So JMU had a number of games. I don't know the exact number, but the majority of JMU's games this past season were picked up as part of that package for linear broadcast. So that's something that the Sun Belt has negotiated, that we had, prior to JMU's membership. Obviously, we did go back to the negotiating table, and when we added 4 new institutions, we're able to increase that deal to welcome those 4 teams in and provide shares back to JMU. So JMU does benefit in terms of our revenue source as well from that deal through ESPN. So that, we would hope that deal will continue to grow as our football continues to grow, as we continue to establish ourselves amongst our peers. The Sun Belt historically has not been seen as, the premier non-autonomy or Group of 5 conference, but that's something that we've really ascended to over the past couple of years as being a conference that's in competition with our peers and leading that charge. And you've seen a lot of national media coverage around that. And with that, I think that deal will continue to grow. And you've seen it with ESPN going well beyond our required minimums from that deal. In terms of how many live broadcasts were guaranteed, we've significantly exceeded that these past 3 seasons. We would expect that to continue in 2024.
Mr. Gladi, I'll also add, I don't think there's a coincidence in the valuation and the 40,000 plus applications. The second almost record enroll or advancement year, development year, fundraising year for us. So I think there is a correlation in terms of our exposure. It's this notion of the spotlight, the front porch, and hopefully as we continue to grow, that value's added at the same time.
Yeah, thanks.
Can I ask what the minimum, if you're allowed to share what the minimum contracted games allowance was?
I believe it's 20, but I would have to double check and bring that back to you. But we were significantly over that. I believe it was 35 plus last year.
And when you say linear coverage, is that like a ESPN Plus or a second tier?
So that doesn't include ESPN Plus. So linear would be anything that you would find on traditional broadcast television. So ESPN, ESPN2, ESPNU. We did have some games on the NFL Network this past year with a relationship that ESPN developed with them. But that doesn't include any of the ESPN Plus broadcasts. The ESPN Plus broadcasts are included in the media value, but those aren't included in the media appearances. So if you want to talk about, just overall exposure, all of our games are included on some broadcast level. Now, the minimum would be ESPN Plus. That would be kind of the standard. And then those ones that are elevated would be on those linear networks, whether that's ESPN, 2U, or NFL Network.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Thank you very
All right,
much,
thank you.
Sam. It
Appreciate
was
it.
very interesting.
Yeah.
So next up, we have Melinda Wood, who will introduce us a presentation on FAFSA.
Thank you, Madam Rector. I'm pleased to invite Brad Barnett, our AVP and Director of Financial Aid, to give you an update on the ongoing FAFSA rollout and the challenges that we have experienced this past year. I think we have a really strong and positive story to tell for JMU. Brad is a certified financial aid administrator. He has served in various roles throughout the state, regional and national organizations, most recently serving as the chair of NASPA. And so we have been well positioned through his leadership to weather the challenges that have come with the FAFSA rollout. And so I just want to acknowledge him and his team. I call his team small but mighty, 26 members of the financial aid staff that have really expertly led us through the FAFSA changes. And so Brad, with that, I'd like to invite you forward.
We have a clicker. Thank you, David. Madam Rector and Board, I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about the recent FAFSA challenges and where we are as a university. What you see on this slide is just a little bit of history of how we got here. So Congress passed a few pieces of legislation which forced the Department of Education to throw away the FAFSA we've been using for decades, to destroy the underlying federal methodology called the expected family contribution, and rebuild a brand new one, a brand new FAFSA, a brand new process, and a brand new underlying methodology called the Student Aid Index. This was uncharted territory. To say the Department of Education's rollout of this has been bumpy is probably very kind at the least. We had two categories of real kind of thought process and challenges that we knew we had to deal with. The first was in preparation. As I mentioned before, we were in uncharted territory. This is a brand new FAFSA, a brand new world, brand new methodology. We spent over 2 years preparing for this new FAFSA and this new change. The second was processing. Once the FAFSA rolled out, which for all intents and purposes was the 1st of January, we were in live data at that point in time. And let me just say it was a mess. We received over 70 different electronic announcements and 9 Dear Colleague letters from the Department of Education in the span of these few months. Every one of them was problem, challenge, delay, changing guidance. It was a litany of information that was being thrown at us. And unfortunately, students were stuck in the middle and we were trying to help them get through it. It was something like I have never seen before. Our preparation started in September 2021. We began work with the NASFA, the National Association of Student Financial Aid Administrators, on the development of an SAI tool. Now, what this tool would allow us to do as an industry was every school across the country would be able to take their individual FAFSA data, put it into the tool, and get some approximation of what our world might look like when the new FAFSA went live. At JMU, we modeled 3 years of data. And in modeling that data, we were able to identify an approximation of the increased financial need we're going to have on our campus. Because part of the push for the new FAFSA was to make more students financially needy. But the other piece of this is everybody doesn't win. Everybody doesn't get a ribbon in this world. There were actually some losers. There were going to be students who lost financial aid eligibility based on this. Our modeling enabled us to identify who those students were going to be so we could start developing some strategies to help them. Throughout this process, we were communicating with SHEV, the Department of Education, and other industry leaders. As Melinda mentioned, we had a seat at the table for the large-scale discussions that were going on nationally about this. Internally, our communication strategy was pretty robust. We wanted to make sure everybody understood what was going on because as things were changing, we needed to keep people informed. So we had a pretty robust communication strategy for our prospective students and families, for our current students and families, for JMU faculty and staff. We kept the president and division heads up to date, specifically with our vice president. We developed a website, which is still up if you want to go look at it, which shows what was going on, why it's going on, and some frequently asked questions. And we partnered with other offices across campus to help with our communication strategy. We knew from the beginning this wasn't just a financial aid challenge. This is a university challenge, and we couldn't address this in a silo. So we partnered with many areas across campus to get the message out. Part of our preparation, again, was identifying those students who are going to be negatively impacted by this and how can we help them. So as we got to the end of our modeling, we were able to see who's that group of students. And then we worked and collaborated with the foundation and the budget office to find funds to develop something that we call the Continuing Dukes Scholarship. And as a result of that, when we started our packaging process for the 24-25 year, which this is the year of change, we were able to program that into our automated methodology that we package these students who were losing money due to no fault of their own. They just happened to be enrolled when the FAFSA was changing. So we automatically package them for money without their need to appeal to our office or ask for a single dollar because we were able to identify who they were. Similarly, we knew we would have challenges with need-based scholarship renewals because there were students who got scholarships based on a certain level of need who lost them simply because of the FAFSA challenges. In the renewal process, we were also able to identify them and award them a replacement scholarship from a different pot of money that didn't have the same gift agreement rules to allow them to return to JMU. Once again, they never had to ask us for anything. They never had to reach out for our office. We proactively found them and helped them so they could come back to JMU. And then our FAFSA priority filing date. This was a big one for us. We figured that there were going to be students who filed their FAFSA much later than normal because of delay when the FAFSA was released and then the problems people had with actually completing the application and getting through the process. So internally, we extended our priority filing date by a month. And even after that, we went in and found groups of low-income students who missed that filing date and awarded them some money. Once again, a proactive approach where students didn't need to contact us, didn't need to ask us for anything. We were able to identify them and help them and get them into JMU without any need to reach out to our office. If you look at where we are from a metrics perspective, we right now have 4.5% more FAFSAs than we did at the same time last year, and we have exceeded our total for the entirety of the 2023-24 year. And these are FAFSAs for enrolled students. If you added prospective students to this, the numbers would balloon up even larger. These are just the students who are on campus. And that number is going to get bigger as we progress through the year because there will be more students who fill out FAFSAs throughout the school year. And then we haven't even talked about our spring transfer class, which will bring in a whole other group of financial aid applicants. Financial aid offers, we have sent out 2.5% more financial aid offers than we did last year. And again, that number will continue to go up for the same reasons that I just mentioned. Everybody wants to know about Pell Grant students and how are we doing with Pell Grant students? Well, I can tell you we're doing pretty good. We have 10% more Pell Grant students right now than we did in the entirety of 2023-24. And we are 20% ahead in Pell Grant student volume than we were at the same time last year. And I should note that our modeling that we did to get us where we are today in preparation for this showed that by the end of the year, we would probably be at about a 30% increase in Pell Grant students. So being 20% ahead right now puts us on pace. Yes, sir.
Is that a good thing? You're saying as if it's a good thing. Is that a good thing to have more Pell Grant students?
It is a good thing. And part of it is because if you go back to the JMU strategic plan and what we're about and some of the initiatives we have, we're trying to do a better job at enrolling and serving low-income students. And your Pell Grant metric is a real important metric in how you're doing as a university in serving that population. Our professional judgment appeals. So this is a process where students can reach out to our office for special circumstances and ask for money to help them be at JMU. You can see our appeals are slightly up, but I'm not concerned about this at all. These appeals that you see are for normal situations, which are parental job loss, out-of-pocket medical expenses, those things. The important thing to note is these are not appeals where students are asking us for money because they were negatively impacted by the FAFSA changes. And the reason they're not is because of all those proactive approaches that I mentioned earlier in our planning and preparation, that we reached out and awarded those students money before they ever needed to contact our office. And there's a summary of some of those things we just discussed. Verification is a process where when the FAFSA is filed, often the Department of Education will select students or sometimes an institution to say we have questions about what's on your FAFSA and we need to collect documents to verify everything is okay. You can see our verification numbers year over year right now are down, which is a good thing. The biggest reason it's down goes to something that Mr. King mentioned earlier, the folks in our office. If you look at when the FAFSA was released and when the Department of Education first opened the opportunity for schools to get in and make corrections and adjustments to help students, we had 2 months to do 8 months worth of verification work. 2 months for 8 months worth of work. The amount of time and energy and dedication that the folks in our office showed to get these FAFSAs processed so these students could come to JMU is mind-boggling. I've never been more proud of a group of people have I been this summer with what they did to get our students to JMU. I'll also mention that you see we're not at zero. So if you have concerns, don't worry about it. Verification never reaches to zero. It's never 100% because we're asking people to give us information to verify their FAFSA. Many of them just never give it to us or they change their mind and decide they don't want financial aid and don't tell us. So you want the number to be as low as possible, but it will never actually be zero. Loan processing. Loans are one of the more complicated aid programs to process. Just because of the nature of what they are, there's federal loans, there's private loans. So when we reached the middle of the summer, we knew we were experiencing kind of a bulge in the belly of the snake because people were applying for loans later than normal due to the FAFSA challenges. So much of the private loan process is straight up data entry on the front end before we can get to back end processing. So I had a conversation with Melinda and we sat down and we spoke, and with her expertise in admissions, she says, "Hey Brad, we've got a lot of people in admissions who are great at data entry. Can you use them?" It's like, yes, we can. Financial aid is a very complicated world. You can't just take someone off the street and drop them in to do what we need to do, but we can for data entry on the front end. So Melinda was able to get us 6 to 8 people from admissions to come over, partner with our financial aid staff, and in the process of a few days, we powered through the data entry and got caught back up right where we wanted to be from a loan processing perspective. We get a lot of questions about scholarships. These are non-athletic scholarships. You can see that our number of first-year students with scholarships is a little bit lower than it was last year, but I am not concerned about that either for a couple of reasons. One is many of our first-year scholarships aren't awarded now. They get awarded through the year because they're based on participation events and activities that haven't even taken place yet. The second thing is some of our scholarships are awarded only once every 4 years. Take a Duke's Pay It Forward, for example. We award it to one student, they keep it for 4 years. 4 years later, we cycle it through again. So we don't have the same number of scholarships to offer every single year. But what I will tell you is for our large freshman recruitment scholarships. Our yields are spot on. We refined our process to offer those scholarships and get the yields that we're looking for when those offers go out. And this all culminated with this. We looked to see how much money did we have dispersed to our students by the end of the first week of classes in the fall. And to be at a point where we dispersed more money this fall than we did last fall with all of the challenges that we had is an amazing feat and a testament to a lot of the folks in our office and our partners on campus who are able to help us in our communication strategies. This includes 429 more Pell Grant students than we had at the same time last year. And by the time this year is over, our office will disperse and process over $200 million for students to be enrolled at JMU. So in closing, this has been a challenging year. Something like I have never seen before. I've been doing this for a long time. I was not near as follically challenged when financial aid first started in my life. I've never seen anything like this before. We hope we never see anything like this again. But I want to assure you, the board, that our students are in good shape. Our students are enrolled, mainly because of the work and the effort of the folks here at JMU. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have about anything on the slides. Yes.
Brad, certainly congratulations. That's a great story that you told us. How would JMU compare with other comparable universities on the amount of money through FAFSA that you were able to give to students?
Yeah, this is a very similar conversation that Mr. King and I had. I caught him on one of his walks around campus where he was scoping out to make sure everything was okay. The dollar amount varies between institutions. I think the process is the real piece. We were and have been an industry leader in this. A couple of years ago, I traveled 54,000 miles to 18 states, educating other institutions and other financial aid associations on how to prepare for this. So we were ready for this. As far as dispersing dollars, our dollars dispersed, that's an extremely high percentage. If you look at that $76 million, that's probably going to be roughly 80 to 85% of all the dollars that are dispersed in the fall term. You'll never get to 100% because there's late applicants, there's late appeals, there's late students who are doing verification. But to have that bulk of money dispersed at the start of the term, I can't quantify that for you comparing against other institutions, but anecdotally from talking to colleagues, we're doing really well.
Yeah, I attended a meeting with the governor this week, with all the other public universities and a number of community colleges. And some of the stories that were being told there was just unbelievable. So I was really proud about where we stood compared even to the big guys. I mean, the president of UVA was talking about how many people they were having to cover right now with their own money until they still find out whether they're going to get this FAFSA money or not. So Brad and his team did an outstanding job.
And we just went and looked, thank you, Mr. King. We went and looked to see how many of the outstanding FAFSAs that are in verification are because of the FAFSA problems, not the normal stuff. And we found there were less than 40. And out of those, only 10 of them still actually had bills to the university. So to be at that place right now, based on all the challenges that we have seen nationwide, is extremely impressive for the university. And it was a partnership. We may have led the way in our office, but we worked with the budget office and the foundation office and the business office and admissions and communications. We made sure that we had a holistic approach here at JMU to address this challenge.
How many students, you talk about the gap that lost, how many students you talk about that lost that aid, the changes?
Yeah, it's a great question. So if you look at the gap between the students who lost scholarships and the students who lost grant money, it ended up only being roughly 200 students. But for each one of those students, it was obviously very impactful. The whole design of changing this FAFSA was to try to push people into more financial need. So you saw many more people gain eligibility than you saw lose eligibility.
When you say pushing students into more financial need, you mean the federal government saying, hey, you need more, trust us, you need more money?
Well, yes, kind of, sort of. They basically changed the entire methodology. So that old expected family contribution went away. The new student aid index came out. And what it did is it took people from middle and even higher income levels and pushed them down into a category that made them appear more financially needy. So the direct impact of that is you're going to get more Pell Grant dollars, but it also has a direct impact on our budget line. state dollars for our state grant dollars and then our institutional grants, which is why our preparation started as soon as this rolled out, and we had a little over 2 years to prepare, and we were having lots of conversations with the budget office and folks around campus saying, our modeling is telling us that we're going to see an increased level of need like this. We're going to have to adapt and make some changes so we continue to fund our students. But we had time to prepare for this because we got way out ahead of it.
There was another question over here.
Yes.
What ways do we have or have we already done to recognize the exceptional work of the people that did 8 months of work in 2 months?
Well, internally, we're trying to do a lot to recognize those people. The folks in our office, we are very blessed. If you look nationwide, our industry is struggling to keep people. Coupa HR just did a study and they showed that over 56% of financial aid officers are looking for other jobs. And I have colleagues all across the country who are telling me about the resignations that they're getting from folks. There's one, and I won't out it, major public institution here in Virginia that has 5 vacancies right now. There's one that have never been fully staffed. Our staff and the culture in the office that they have all helped create is they're in it and they know why they're here. We try to acknowledge that, we try to reinforce that, we try to be very flexible with them, we try to give them as much room to breathe and do their work as we can. Institutionally, I can't answer that question. I'll have to defer that one to Mr. King at another time. But I can tell you that the folks in our office know they are appreciated, at least from me and the leadership in our office.
Typically, Jeff, in the spring, once we know kind of where our budget's going to end, that's the time of year we award bonuses across campus for outstanding service. So I'm sure Brad's team will be at the top of that list for consideration.
I bonused more than half of our staff at the end of last fiscal year when we were jumping into this and they were working so many hours. And I went back and looked at our budget to see what could I do. And I talked to my vice president at that point in time, Don, and I said, these folks are putting in like work I had never seen before. Are you okay if I do this? And she was 100% on board. And we were able to do that for them.
Any other questions? Brad, thank you for your leadership.
Yes, thank you.
Everything we've read. Everything we've read about FAFSA has been awful. So thank you for making sure we navigated it well. Our next topic I will call on Tim Miller to introduce career outcomes.
Good afternoon. After hearing on the way in and how we keep our students here, now you're about to hear what happens when they leave. One of the things that I'm incredibly proud of is the 2 people you're about to hear from today. Miles and I have a long history, having worked together at 2 different universities, and Miles Surratt has come here and has really led his areas with passion and direct interest in helping our students and serve them and helping them find their passion while they're here through orientation, through service while they're here on campus, and then through the Career Center and all their work. Libby has come home to JMU in this role, and we're excited to have her back on this campus. And she took an office that we had taken a big chunk out of. We had removed academic advising from the Career Center and sent it over to academic affairs because we felt like that's where it belonged. She took an office that wasn't sure about their future. And she's taken that office and has taken it to new heights and things we've never imagined, moving our career fair to the university, to the Atlantic Union Bank Center, and expanded us beyond, I think, what any of us would have thought was possible. So I'm excited for them to tell you the amazing story they have about what our students find here on campus, the path they find for themselves in the future, and how they do that. So I'd like to welcome them both up.
All right, well, thank you, Dr. Miller, for that kind introduction. Thank you, Madam Rector and President King, for the time this morning. My name is Miles Surratt. I'm an Associate Vice President here in Student Affairs.
My name is Libby Wesley. I serve as the director in the University Career Center.
All right, so this morning we're going to talk about the career outcomes overview for the class of 2023. We are going to talk about the local impact from this particular class. And then we're going to talk about the work of the University Career Center here. So just as a refresher for those of you who maybe have not been devoting all their time to thinking about the technical terminology of career outcomes over the last 12 months, or for those of you who may be new, what do we mean when we're talking about a career outcome? So a career outcome is a nationally normed concept by our professional association, NACE, and also set by the Department of Education. And generally speaking, we think a career outcome is a desirable thing for our graduates. This is measuring where they are in the 6 months after graduation. And so the things that are included in that are employment, graduate school enrollment, military service, or doing a fellowship. The things that would not be included, so not having an outcome, are folks who are still seeking employment, still seeking graduate school enrollment, or things that we can't control, which can be a part of people's sort of natural life trajectory, things like taking a gap year or family obligations. So that's what we're talking about when we discuss a career outcome. With that, I will pass it over to Libby.
Never like being in charge of the clicker. Okay, great. So this slide here shows where we are with the class of 2023. So you can see that overall 95.4 of all of our graduates from the class of 23 had a career outcome. You can also see the breakdown between the bachelor's and the advanced degree candidates. So our advanced degree outcomes are always a little higher than our bachelor's. It's a smaller group. They're more career focused. They're here for a shorter period of time. These next slides are going to look at the bachelor's class only, those group of bachelor candidates. This slide here shows the by college outcomes for the class of 2023. You can see again, the overall average for bachelor's is 95.2, and you can see where the other colleges kind of break out in that. There are variations every year, and so some are higher, some are lower. So we look for those trends over a period of years. This next slide looks at the salary distribution for our bachelor students. We work hard to collect salary data from students. The more information that we get from graduates, the better that we can serve students in the Career Center. We do have people that come and ask us, employers, what's a reasonable offer for positions. We also have students that come in and are entertaining offers, and they want to know if those offers are competitive. So we encourage students, graduates, when we call them, to give us the salary data. This next slide is looking at kind of a comparative look. The National Association of Colleges and Employers is a kind of association body for college career centers and then also employers who hire entry-level talent. And so they've set the guidelines for these career outcomes. Schools send their career outcomes to NACE, and then NACE parses it out in the various categories there. So you can see where we are in relationship nationally and also to R2s. The thing with NACE is they don't publish their reports until like October. So we're still waiting for the overall data from NACE for the class of 2023. But if we're on par here, we should continue to be much higher with our graduation outcomes than the rest of our peers. Now taking a look at the advanced degree graduates. So again, this slide here shows the by college data. You can see again overall for average for the advanced degree is 97.2, and you can see where the other colleges fall there. This slide is showing the salary distribution. So salaries are up considerably from the class of 2022.
All right, so zooming in a little bit to look at how JMU students are impacting things at the local level, which we think is a very important story for you as the board to understand, but for folks around the Commonwealth to understand as well. So 66% of our employed bachelor's degree recipients are working here in the Commonwealth. That is up from 58% last year. From an advanced degree recipient standpoint, we're at 73% for the class of 2023, which is also up from 67% last year. Zooming in a little bit more and looking at the regional placement for our students, you will see this is pretty standard for these top two regions. Northern Virginia has been the preeminent employment destination for some time now. Central Virginia includes Richmond and Charlottesville and tends to be in that #2 spot. What's a little bit different this year, the Valley and Hampton Roads tend to be pretty closely paired And we see a little bit of divergence there. We're sort of 5% movement either way. Again, this is, you know, a one-year trend, as Libby mentioned. So looking at, let's zoom in a little bit more and look at JMU's impact here on the Shenandoah Valley. So to sort of tell you the story of this class, we'll go back to the fall of 2019. There were 213 students from the technically designated counties that are in the Shenandoah Valley that enrolled that fall. So if you fast forward 4.5 years, if you're counting the 6 months after graduation, 386 of those graduates are now working full-time here in the Valley. You also see that 256 graduates are enrolling in graduate school here, which means that 3 times the number of students who started here in the Valley have stayed afterwards. So it's good to see JMU being a talent magnet. If you look even a little bit more local here with Rockingham County, you'll see that in that same fall, 61 students enrolled at JMU from Rockingham County. 173 folks are now working full-time here in the county, and 242 folks are continuing their education, which means almost 6 times the number of students that started here have stayed here afterwards, giving a sense of how JMU is really supporting our local economy. So we are incredibly proud of, and something that I truly love about JMU is what JMU does to support really critical vocations here. We simply could not have a society without nurses and teachers. And I'm so proud, if you're working here on a day-to-day basis, you have a sense of what pride there is in our student body community, in folks who are nursing and teaching majors. And we are also proud of how those students are going out and filling those critical jobs. So you'll see for the class of 2023 that 77% of nursing majors who graduated are working here in the Commonwealth, which means that 167 nurses were placed just in this one class. You'll see here in the chart on the side where those folks are working, which I think are many of our major health systems. When it comes to teachers, those numbers are even a little bit higher. So 76.9% of our teachers are working here in the Commonwealth. That's 226 JMU graduates from the class of 2023 are filling classrooms all over. I have children that are in elementary school here, and I'm just so proud all the time to find all these amazing educators that are JMU graduates. And you'll see, again, looking at that local impact, many of our biggest employers are right here in the Valley, looking at Rockingham County Schools, Augusta, etc. And then looking at our top employers, for folks that are working in Virginia, you will see many of our preeminent industries here represented, and that continues to be a huge point of emphasis for us, is growing Virginia-based employment. With that, I'll pass it back over to you.
All right, well, this is probably my favorite thing to be talking about is what we're doing in the University Career Center. So this slide here shows the number of touch points that we had with students during the last academic year. So we had more than 26,000 touch points, and that 26,000 yield about 50.3% of the student population. And this slide here again shows the breakdown of what do those engagements look like. One thing about the University Career Center, students are not required to come in. So we rely on our expertise, our ability to establish credibility and to develop partnerships around campus to get other people to encourage students to come in. And so that word of mouth has been spreading. You can see the increase over the last couple of years. A couple of things that we're particularly proud of, you can see almost all of our numbers are significantly higher. The career fair has been one of our biggest improvements and growth over the last year, so big that we are moving to the Atlantic Union Bank Center this year. I'll talk more about that in a bit. So we're trying to create an environment here where engaging in the work of career readiness and coming to the Career Center is not something that you do when you need help. It is something that you do as part of your experience here. So this slide here shows what's the return on our investment there. So when students come in for some of these, and walking through the career closet and picking up a couple of items of clothes, last year we had about 1,300 students that did that. And so that's great. I can't tell how good their elevator pitch is coming when they're walking through the career closet. And I haven't had a chance to look at their resume. So this slide here shows the return rate. So some of these easy, low-hanging fruit kinds of things are what get students in the door, and then we can work with them in other settings like the career fairs, doing the resume reviews where we can make sure that they're making progress on their career plans. So in the University Career Center, we kind of have two parts to our mission. The first part is preparing students to be able to talk about themselves, to develop that narrative. What are the 3 or 4 or 5 things that if an employer or whoever they're talking to would remember those things, they wouldn't be confusing that student with anyone else. So we spend a lot of time prepping students. So that kind of represents the preparation side of that. So these are the activities that the Career Center staff is the deliverer of that content. The second part of what we do in the University Career Center is create that network of people and opportunities. And we want to give students the opportunity to practice their talking about themselves, to actually be pursuing jobs and internships. So when we bring in outside presenters, or when we have events like the career fair, industry panels, our Roseanne resumes that happened last week, these are opportunities for students to practice talking about themselves. So I think ideally we'd like to see our work at about 50-50 in there, and so we are looking for growth in the next couple of years. Making students ready to talk to employers is part of that. Having employers who want to talk to our students is also part of that. This slide here shows a little bit about our employer development in the University Career Center. So we use a system called Handshake. Last year we had more than 120,000 jobs and internships there, and more than 10,000 organizations were posting those opportunities. So there's lots of information in Handshake. We're trying to drive students to access that information in Handshake. When we get employers to come on campus, they're even more convinced than they were when they posted the opportunity. And so as we continue to grow the number of organizations that actually come to campus, whether it's for a career fair, an information session, participating on an industry panel, that creates more opportunities for our students. These are a couple of ways that you can help. So we do have the University Career Fair. The dates are September 24th and September 25th. I looked this morning, we're full on Tuesday. We have 90 organizations that are registered. We're up to 80 on day 2. So if you have contacts that want to be a part of the University Career Fair this in the next couple of weeks, we need those ASAP, but we will be doing this all again in February. So, and it's the referrals that you all have, the support that you offer, the names that you share, that's what helps us to kind of grow that network. If you are around campus on the 24th and 25th, I would encourage you to come and walk through the career fair. When I'm advising students about the career fair, I tell them to come for 30 minutes, and in that 30 minutes, they can talk to 5 organizations. You all can probably do about the same too. Feel free to come and stay longer as well. We also, this career closet has taken off, and so we're always looking for donations to the career closet. You can reach out to the University Career Center. You can pull up to the loading dock there. We'll send a wagon down to help get the clothes that you might like to donate. And we need everything like jackets, shoes, ties, smaller sizes are of most need there. All right, more questions?
Are you able to go through that career outcome data and tell us how we're doing with our student athletes?
Yes, I do not have that with me now, but we have looked, we've pulled that data together, so.
Other questions?
I would also say that if you're interested in more data on outcomes, it's on the University Career Center's website. So you can find a fuller PowerPoint presentation. You can also find the by college breakdowns as well.
Is it listed by student, athlete?
No, we don't have that breakdown online.
Larry, we'll get that information.
Thanks.
For you. Other questions? Well, Miles and Libby, thank you very much. It was very interesting to see that our students are faring well out in the workforce, and thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to call on Terry to take us into closed session.
Madam Director, I move the board go into closed session to discuss the following matters. Pursuing to section 2.2-311-.A1 of the Code of Virginia, I move that we go into closed session to discuss personnel matters involving assignments, promotions, performance, retirements, hiring, resignations, salary adjustments, and status changes of faculty members, university administrators, and appointees. Number 2, pursuant to section 2.2-311 A3 of the Code of Virginia to discuss the acquisition of real property located in Harrisonburg, Virginia. And 3, pursuant to section 2.2-311 A7 to consult with legal counsel pertaining to actual or probable litigation. And 4, pursuant to section 2.2-311 A8 to consult with legal counsel for the provision of legal advice for outside counsel.
Can I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We are now in closed session. I'd like to thank our audience today for being here. We greatly appreciate your participation. And ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Make sure you touch. To come and take one.
Is that
At the
right?
beginning of the
Carly, you're in
morning.
shape. You can have an
Please.
M&M.
Okay, we are now back in open session. Thank you very much. Thank you, Travis, for getting us back up. I would like to call for a motion to approve the personnel action report.
Madam Rector, I move to the board approve the personnel action report.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The next action item is a motion for the acquisition of real estate.
Madam Rector, I move the board approve the purchase of property at 430 Eastover Drive at a price of $395,000.
Second,
Second.
discussion? Hearing none, all those signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I don't believe we have any other motions or information to provide for you. Do I have a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
Second. Thank you very much. We're
Thank you,
dismissed.
Madam
Thank you,
Rector.
Madam Rector. Well done.
I understand the steering committee will be